On record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything you need to address before bringing in the jury? State?
Not from the state.
No.
Defense? Okay, perfect. I think he's lining up the juries, so we'll bring them in as soon as they're ready.
Saul.
So the party stipulates with presence of the jury.
Yes, sure.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to see you. We are still in the state's case in chief. See, who is your next witness going to be?
No, it's going to be Malcolm Greenidge. I believe he's just cleared.
Okay. We'll bring Mr. Greenidge in as soon as he makes up the elevator.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name Malcolm, MALCOLM, GREENIDGE. It's my last name.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Greenidge. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Greenidge.
Good morning.
Sir, is it fair to say that you were initially resistant to attending court?
That is fair.
And in fact, we had to get a compelling order to get you to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're here because a court in California ordered you to come here.
Yes.
I want to ask you about somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur. Did you know Mr. Shakur?
I did.
How did you know him?
He was a childhood friend, family member, big brother, mentor. The list goes on and on.
Is it also fair to say that you guys work professionally together?
We did.
Can you tell us about that?
I had a dream to be a rapper. Mr. Shakur saw something in me, and he agreed to, help me make that dream come true. So I was in a group called Outlaws.
And is it fair to say that the Outlaws produced a number of CDs with Mr. Shakur and outside of Mr. Shakur as well?
We did release an album with Mr. Shakur.
I'm going to direct your attention to the weekend of September 1996, specifically September 7th of 1996. Did you come out here to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
Why?
It was a Mike Tyson fight out here that we were supposed to attend, and then there was a party performance afterwards.
What vehicle did you come here in?
We came here in the Lexus. It was Kadada Jones's car.
And who was Kadada Jones to Tupac Shakur at
She
that
was
time?
Tupac's fiance at the time.
Did Tupac drive in with you, or did he drive
He
separately?
did. He drove with us.
In the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where were you staying?
Where did we stay?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
We stayed at the Luxor.
And did any other members of your rap group, the Outlaws, come as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Who came?
Two more of my childhood friends, Raphael Fuller and Katari Cox.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
Why?
Well, during that day, Tupac was gambling, enjoying Vegas. He made some money when we got back to the hotel. He said, we're going to go change. I'm going to call y'all when I'm ready. And we're going to go to the fight. And we never got that phone call.
So you ended up staying at the Luxor.
No.
What did you end up doing?
We ended up trying to meet up with Mr. Shakur. We knew where the fight was at, obviously. So when we didn't get the phone call, we just left to go, get with him.
Now, there's a video, which I'm sure you're familiar with, of the incident between Mr. Shakur and other members of his group that were at the fight and somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you there during any of that?
No.
Did you at some point leave the MGM and go back to the Luxor?
Yes, I would. We never really made it into the MGM. As we were approaching the MGM, Tupac and Suge was coming out.
So, and then what did you leave with Tupac and Suge and everybody that was leaving the MGM?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned a concert or performance that was supposed to happen later that night. Was that at Club 662?
Yes,
At some point, do you leave to go to Club 662?
we do.
What vehicle did you go to Club 662 in?
The same car I drove to Vegas in.
And that was that Lexus?
Correct.
Was Tupac in the car with you then?
No.
What car was Tupac in?
Tupac was riding in the car with Suge Knight.
And who was Suge Knight to you? How did you know who Suge was?
He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was signed to.
And was that Death Row Records?
Correct.
Was there? Were you aware of there being more than two cars? Were there a number of cars headed towards Club 662?
There was a caravan of cars. How many? I don't know.
And position-wise, where were you relative to Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight's car?
Right behind him.
Now, I'm going to take you to the shooting. While you're stopped at the lights on Flamingo and Koval, does something happen?
Yes.
Do you notice a vehicle pull up next to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's vehicle?
But yeah.
Can you tell us what you see?
We were at a light. Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight was talking to some young ladies. We couldn't hear what they was talking about. When those young ladies pulled off, another car pulled up and started shooting at Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a light-colored white Cadillac.
And do you recall, was it a two-door or four-door?
It was a four-door.
And when you saw the shooting, did somebody get out of the car and start shooting, or were they shooting from inside the vehicle?
The shots came from inside the vehicle.
And was it from the front or back seat?
It was from the back seat.
And did you see the arm or the gun or anything like that?
The arm and the gun attached to that arm.
And were you able to make an assessment of whether the person whose arm was out was white, Asian, Hispanic, or African American? In
From
terms
my
of
vantage point, they appeared to be African American.
what's your reaction when you see the shots?
I'm horrified.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I asked this question. Who was in the Lexus with you at that point?
Security, Frank Alexander, Yafael Fula, and Katari Cox.
So, two of the fellow members of the Outlaws, and then a security guard named Frank Alexander. What do you guys do in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
We started to get out of the car to go check on Tupac. And that's what we did.
Do all of you make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car?
No.
Does anybody make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car? What happens?
Suge pulled off, made a U-turn.
Or do you guys follow them, or do you drive off someplace else?
No, we followed them.
And that's why do you guys have to make a U-turn to follow them? Does Mr. Knight's car stop ultimately at an intersection?
It does.
What happened? Are you following him to that intersection?
You are.
What happens when you stop at that intersection?
We get out of the car to go check on Tupac.
And are you able to make it to Tupac's vehicle?
No.
Why not?
When we approached the car, Mr. Shakur said to me, get on the ground, they're gonna shoot you. And when I turned around, there was a shotgun in my face.
And who was holding the shotgun?
Police officer.
So what do you do?
I got on the ground.
Were you able to observe any of the injuries to Mr. Shakur at that time?
I could not see the injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Were you able to see any of the injuries to Mr. Knight?
His head appeared to be bleeding.
And how is it that you were able to see Mr. Knight's injuries?
Because he was out of the car asking for help for Tupac.
So then you're at basically the wrong end of a shotgun from a police officer and on the ground. How long are you in that situation for?
It seemed like forever.
Are you able to observe the events that are going around you?
I can hear.
And what do you see? Does medical ultimately arrive to help Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight? And are they transported away from the scene?
Correct.
And then at some point, are you asked by police officers to give a statement?
I am.
And do you give a statement?
I do.
And do you, it's fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you weren't able to see the faces of the people in the Cadillac?
That's correct.
And so you couldn't identify who was there, who was in the car.
Silhouettes.
Okay. I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as grand jury exhibit number 150. Do you recognize any of the folks in this picture?
I recognize two of them.
Okay, and there's a mouse there right next to you. Don't click on it, but if you can drag it to the people you recognize and kind of see who they are.
That's me. That's Katari Cox.
And Katari Cox was one of the other artists who was part of your.
Correct.
What's her name? One thing that that's come up, you've obviously in the 30 years of losing your friend and family member, Mr. Shakur, I'm sure you've been exposed to a lot of the rumors or innuendo associated with his passing. Is that fair to say?
I've heard it all.
Okay. One of the things is that Mr. Shakur was upset with his situation at death row. Have you heard that?
I have.
And was Mr. Shakur somebody that you had spent a lot of time with professionally and personally?
Correct.
Was he somebody that would tell you what his plans were and whether or not he was upset with his current situation?
We shared a lot.
Did he share with you what his plans were, professional plans were, proceeding from the release of the Machiavelli album?
He wanted to get his label started, Machiavelli Records. He wanted to put out the Outlaws album that we was working on. It was supposed to be distributed by Death Row Records. And he was in talks with Quincy Jones to do some business with Quincy.
So Mr. Shakur's plan was to imprint his own record company, but have it distributed by Death Row Records.
That's what he told us.
Seal passes.
Cross-examination, Mr. Simt.
Mr. Greenwich, thank you for being here today. Just with regards to the last thing the state had asked you, the work that Mr. Shakur was going to do with Quincy Jones, that involve Death Row Records?
No.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other things with Quincy Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's only just for the record. Now, in terms of the death row label, do you know whatever happened with that label? The business itself?
I think it's still going to this day.
And in terms of the label, do you know who's currently on it?
Do I know who's currently on it?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Yeah, at the time of when Tupac was killed, who was on the label at that particular point?
It was a lot of artists.
Well, give us the ones that you.
Snoop Dogg, the Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, Tupac, MC Hammer.
So, for instance, with Snoop Dogg, did he at some point, is he still currently on the label as far as you know?
Is he currently on the label?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what label Snoop Dogg is on.
Okay. And I'm sure MC Hammer hasn't made any albums lately, right?
That I cannot say yes or no to it either. I don't pay that much attention.
Now, so your testimony here today is that you drove into town with Tupac, Tupac's fiance, and somebody else in a Lexus. Is that a yes?
That's correct.
And that would have been, what day was that exactly? The day of the fight, the day before?
That was the day of the fight.
So, so you arrived into Las Vegas with the morning of Saturday? The fight's on Saturday.
It was late afternoon.
Okay. And the intention was that you all, including Mr. Shakur, would be staying at the Luxor.
That's correct.
Now, you're not at the fight, and at some point, you're notified by somebody that you're going to get picked up by people to leave the Luxor. Is that how it worked?
No.
Okay, can you please explain that for me again, please?
We just left the hotel once we knew Mr. Shakur had left.
I see. And so you left the hotel, meaning you left in the Lexus?
No.
Well, how
Left
did
on
you?
foot.
You left on foot. Now, when you left on foot from the Luxor, was that after the fight?
I don't know if the fight was over or not. We don't know if the fight is over or not. We're just on our way
And
to
where?
meet with Mr. Shakur
Okay, and where did you go to meet with Mr. Shakur?
at the MGM where the fight was.
Okay, and did you arrive at the MGM at some point?
Yes, we did.
Did you meet up with Mr. Shakur at the MGM?
Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight were coming out as we were going in.
Okay, and when you say coming out, we're talking about coming out of the property itself.
Correct.
So, and when that happened, what did you do next?
We turned around and started going back the other way, back to the Luxor.
All right, so you all returned back to the Luxor.
Correct.
And was there a plan at that particular point to do anything?
Get dressed.
And what was the purpose of getting dressed?
Mr. Shakur had a performance to do that night.
I see. And do you know where the performance was?
It was at Club 662.
Okay. And do you know where the location of Club 62 is?
I do not.
So everyone got dressed in their separate rooms? Yes?
Correct.
And then you came back down and you were picked up by somebody, or did you just drive your own vehicle?
We were in a Lexus that was belonging to Kadada Jones. Tupac Shakur and Suge was in Suge's car.
All right. And you said there was a caravan of vehicles. I think the question was asked, do you know how many vehicles was in that caravan that came through the store?
I do not.
All right. But in terms of where you were in relation to Suge's vehicle, how many vehicles back were you from Suge's vehicle?
We were directly behind them.
I see. And then when you leave the Luxor, where did you go next?
We went to go head to Club 662. That was what I was told where we were going.
Okay. But did you eventually end up over at Suge's residence? Suge's
Yeah.
residence? Okay. So even though you said, okay, we're going to go to Club 62, ultimately, you actually went to Suge's residence first.
Correct.
All right. And do you know what the reason was for that on
No.
tour? But, and fair to say, since you've been to his residence, it's a gated community.
I don't remember how we got in. I don't remember if it was gated or not.
Okay. And when, but you were there at Suge's residence, and at some point the caravan leaves Suge's residence and then starts heading towards 662.
Correct.
All right. Now, on the moment of the shooting, your testimony is you saw what you believe to be a white Was it a white Cadillac?
Correct.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to police officers that same morning or so that you thought it was either going to be a white or cream colored Cadillac? You didn't know for sure?
I don't remember what my statement was 30 years ago.
So would a review of your statement help refresh your recollection as to what you told the detective that night?
If you have that available.
No, just one moment.
Of course.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I have leave to wander the courtroom freely?
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you this statement here. Just read it to yourself, just in that page right there. I'm just telling you you're done. Okay. Does that help your refresh your recollection as what you told police officers that night?
Yeah, it's similar to what I just said earlier.
And that is, you said it was a light colored, when the question was asked, what color was it? White, I would say light. I'm not even going to say white. I'm going to say a light colored Cadillac. But once again, it's something that obviously in that sort of scenario would come off as either white or light colored, right?
It's at night.
Yeah. In addition to that, when you observed the driving conduct of Shug in the BMW, he made a U-turn and went back onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
I don't know where he was going. That's where he ended up.
Okay. And so at some point you all stopped because he stops.
Right.
And you get out of your vehicle to render aid to Tupac.
No, it wasn't to render aid. It was to see how he was doing.
Okay. And so when you approach Tupac, at that particular point, he warns you and says, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're down, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. Is that a yes?
Correct.
And that would have been because right behind you were police officers with a shotgun.
Correct.
Now, you're kept at the scene for some time, and you see a picture of you sitting on the ground, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many other of the caravan vehicles were present at the time that you had stopped at the final location where Tupac was at?
I do not.
Was it the same amount as what you had in the beginning when everyone was going to Shug's residence?
I could not tell you.
I have no further questions, John.
Okay, and
Thank
you
you.
redirect Mr. Palal.
Nothing for the state, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there any questions for this witness? Please raise your hand if you have any. All right, seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, we do have one, sorry. Jumped the gun on that. And the parties approach. All right, Mr. Greenwich, I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Nothing for the state.
Defense?
Your Honor, just for clarification, sir, when we say crew, I'm going to ask you just in general, any of the vehicles in the caravan, do you know if any of those vehicles shot at the vehicle that was the light colored or white?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Greenwich. State, who's your next witness?
Jeff Scott.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jeffrey Scott, JEFFREYSCOTT.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. DiGiacomo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What does that mean you do for a living?
I respond to crime scenes and I document them using notes and photography, recover and impound evidence, and write reports based on the notes and the photographs.
I direct your attention to July 17th of 2023. Did you respond to an address at 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson, Nevada?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of you responding there?
I was responding there to document a search warrant,
What shift were you working?
swing shift.
And so, were you the only CSA that worked that scene that night?
I was the only one there when I arrived, but then I was relieved later on by members of the grave shift.
You've since looked at, have you since looked at all the photographs that were taken that night?
Yes, I have.
And some of them are yours and some of them are theirs, correct?
Yes.
We're gonna approach.
You can also wander the courtroom freely, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Thank you. First set I'm going to show you is state's proposed 193 through 107. Just flip through those and see if you can determine, are any of those your photographs, or at least do they fairly accurately depict the location of the search warrant.
Mr. DiGiacomo, can you clarify for us which numbers you're introducing? You had said 193 to 107.
I'm having them just look at 193 to 107.
So 107 to 193.
No, I'm sorry, 93 to 107.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
My
that's
clerk
what
was very
one-
confused.
Most of these are clearly not mine, not the photographs that I took, but a couple of them might be. It's hard to tell.
Okay. Let me ask you this: is that what the front of the residence looked like?
Yes.
And so it accurately reflects what the front of the residence looked like.
Yes.
Move to admit 93, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Stamps?
No, you're not.
That'll be admitted.
And then the only really other question that I have for you as that relates to 95, do you know if that's yours or the CSA that followed after you?
That's hard to tell.
Okay.
I probably took a similar photograph.
And same as 94.
That one I'm pretty sure is not mine.
So I'm just going to move to admit 93 and 95. Well, 93 is in. Move 95 in.
Any objection to 95?
No, Your Honor, and just for the record, I won't object to the admission of the photographs that were taken at that particular scene by either crime scene analyst, just to move the process along.
So then the others will be admitted via stipulation. So that would be 94 and then 96 through 107.
Correct.
Those will be admitted via stipulation.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Now within that garage, showing you 155, there was a Dodge Caravan, Dodge Charger,
Challenger.
Challenger.
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect that Dodge Challenger?
Yes.
Showing you 156, does that accurately reflect an item of evidence that you collected out of that?
Yes, it does.
And then 157 through 159. Take a look at those. Is that the 3 sheets of paper that you collected out of that?
Yes, they are.
vehicle? Okay. I'll move to admit, I know he doesn't object, but 155 through 159.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
I'm going to go through the photographs with someone else, but you did collect a single piece of evidence before you were relieved. Is that correct?
Yes, they did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit number 138. Take a look at that.
Yes, this is the package in which I impounded those pieces of paper.
And then we've had some discussions of packaging, so I'm not going to go through all that, but that's your seal on the back.
Yes, it is.
And with the exception of the slice that the defense, the clerk, and I put in this, it's in substantially the same or similar condition as when you impounded it.
There's an additional
There's an additional
date,
cutting.
and I think, yeah, it looks like somebody maybe cut the top and then resealed it.
And if I were to tell you that was on 4/23/26, does that look accurate to you?
Yes,
If you open this, you'd expect to find those 3 pieces of paper you photographed, right?
I would.
Showing you what's been marked as 138A. Are those 3 pieces of paper?
Yes,
Move to admit 138 and 138A.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
Thank you. For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to show just those last set of pictures of the Dodge Charger in the garage. So let's start with 155. You tell me what we're looking at here.
that's a photograph from the right rear section of the Dodge Challenger.
Challenger. Sorry, I keep calling it a Charger. Dodge Challenger, and that's parked in the garage area of the residence on Maple Shade.
Yes, it is.
156. That's the location of those 3 pieces of paper you collected.
Yes,
And then 157. And I'll zoom in here.
And then the photographs that are taken after the search is each room as you find it as well?
I didn't photograph the entire house again. I photographed the items that the detectives located, wanted me to photograph. And then some items I impounded and some items I did not.
Gotcha. And in terms of your photography, was there another crime scene analyst that arrived on scene that took additional pictures outside of the ones that you did?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
There were 3 members from Graveyard. It was King, Fellabom, and she was Finn at the time, but she's West now.
Okay. And those are the crime scene analysts that would have taken pictures of how each room looked like after the search.
I'm not sure what they did.
Did you take any photographs of any bins of photographs found at the scene?
I don't recall taking photographs of the contents of bins.
Let me just show you here. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's already been admitted as evidence, and this is State's Exhibit, thank you, for the State's Exhibit number 100. I could just publish that for the jury.
You may.
I'm sorry, we're going to start with 99 first. So this is State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recall taking this particular photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay, that would have been another crime scene analyst.
Probably.
All right, and then I'm not going to show you the next one. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Outside of the photographs that we mentioned here, what else did you do in the course and scope of your duties as a crime scene analyst on this particular night?
That was it. I photographed the scene. I took notes. I recovered the one item, which was the 3 pieces of paper. And that was it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Not from the state.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay. All right, Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Could you repeat that?
I can. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Not sure I fully understand the question. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I was just there to respond and document and photograph what the detectives were interested in.
Okay.
And I don't really understand the second part of the question.
Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up?
No.
Mr. Samp, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. You are free to go. State, who's your next witness?
Stevie Fellowell.
Steve. Stevie.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Stevie, Steavie. Last name is Felabom, Felabom.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst for Hillsborough PD.
We just heard from Jeff Scott. Do you have similar qualifications and backgrounds as Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Were you the relief crime scene analyst that responded to 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson?
Yes, sir.
And did you document with your own photographs, but also reviewed all of the photographs taken at that crime scene prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some of those photographs here and start with 93. What are we looking at? Oop. You, Jessica. So, not that you'll need it for this one, but that mouse up there can allow you to point. It just don't click it, okay? What is this?
That's going to be the exterior of the residence.
I guess we should go, I'll do 95 first. 95. What does this appear to be?
The northeast master bedroom.
And then 94 is a shot from the opposite direction.
Yes.
Sitting on top of that case over here, there appears to be a container for a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Yes.
96. What are we looking at?
That's going to be the dresser on the opposite side of the same bedroom.
And at the bottom here,
There were several books pulled out when I arrived.
one of them is Compton Street Legend. One of them is Murder Rap. The last one is The Confused Mind of a Drug Dealer.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
In addition, 097, was there a Vibe magazine?
Yes.
Did you wind up collecting the Compton Street Legend and the Vibe magazine?
Yes, sir.
Now in the garage, 098, there were two bins.
Yes.
And when those bins were opened, 100, I bet you this is 99 first. Try 99. Looked like a number of personal effects that were kept in those.
Yes, sir.
And number 100. The bottom one also had a bunch of personal effects.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to those two containers at the scene?
The detectives recovered them.
So detectives took those two bins and left the scene.
Correct.
To exhibit number 101. What are we looking at here?
That was a jacket in one of the closets.
And on the left, well, I guess we'll zoom in just a little bit. On the left side, it looks like it says Reg 64 trays, and on the right side it says Keee.
Yes.
And then if we skip to 103, the back of it is South Side City of Compton.
Yes.
After you collect an item, do you photograph it either at the scene or back at the lab?
Yes.
Showing you 104. What are we looking at?
That's the photograph that I took of the Compton Street Legend book once I had recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And then 105.
It's the back of the same book.
106.
That's the copy of the Vibe magazine after I recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And 107.
It's the date and barcode on the cover.
So it looks like the November '96 edition of the Vibe magazine.
Correct.
Oh, ma'am. Previously opened off keys, but let me show you. State's proposed exhibit number 148. Is that your evidence package from that night?
Yes.
And among what else you recovered, would you expect to find both the book and the Vibe magazine inside there had it still been sealed?
Yes.
So let me start first with the Vibe magazine. This is State's proposed exhibit number 140. And which is, you recognize the bag on the outside?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the identifying information that we put on interior packages to include the event number, my P number and initials, the date that it was recovered, and the item number.
And then I'm going to show you now 140A. What is that?
That looks like the Vibe magazine that I recovered.
So that's the actual Vibe magazine that you end up recovering out of that house.
If it came from that package, yes.
Move to admit 140A.
Any objection?
No.
So admitted.
I'm going to show you the outside of this. This is, 139. You recognize that?
Yes, same identifying information, listing it as my item number. So.
And then if we pull that item out, what would you expect to find?
The Compton Street Legend.
Showing it to you, 139A. Does that appear to be the book?
Yes.
And I want to show you, you took pictures of the front and the back.
Correct.
The back has no picture on it, right?
No photograph now.
Okay, it just has some words.
Yes.
And then if you flip through this entire book, there's no interior pictures in this book. Does that seem accurate?
Yes, sir.
Because I moved in 148, correct?
Any objection?
Oh, I think I did move.
They already moved in. Okay, thank you.
I think the rest of this, we've agreed we're not going to move it. So
Understood.
I would pass this.
You may cross.
Thank you.
I have no objection to all of them.
Ms. Billabong,
Yes, sir.
how long have you been a crime scene analyst?
About 9 years.
And during that time period, these kinds of searches would be standard operating procedure for you.
To assist them with the detectives, yes.
Yeah. And once again, with regard to your training experience, when you are conducting this kind of investigation, you're looking for things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the evidentiary value part, though, is dependent upon what you learn at the scene from the primary officer or the detective that's conducting the search. And so whatever you're doing is within the parameters that they're asking for.
Yes.
Now, in this case, we've seen some pictures of some books and a jacket. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, you were on scene for the later half or the latter half of the search.
Yes.
You weren't there for the beginning part of the search.
Yes.
So the photographs you took are photographs that were of the areas and the rooms in the house after the search had been conducted. Fair to say, of course, is that each room was in disarray.
The search had already been started, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you don't know what they look like prior to you arriving on scene, but definitely after, there's things strewn around.
Yes, sir.
In your years of experience as a crime scene analyst, when officers are conducting a search, they typically will be as thorough as they can be to look through everything in an area.
Yes.
Do they ever return those things back to how they found it before they entered into say, the room or the house?
I would say it depends on the level to which they've moved everything. If the entire closet's been empty, they don't typically put everything back.
They do not typically put everything down.
Not typically, no, sir.
Okay, so you don't have any photographs that you took after everything was over where the room was put back into place, how these police officers found it?
I have photos immediately before we left the residence after they'd finished searching, but not with everything placed as officers found it.
I see. And so what you were documenting basically was, for lack of a better word, the thoroughness of each police officer's search of each room.
The state that we left it in when we were clearing, yes.
Okay. Now, some of the things that we were showing in this case, did you ever at any point find electronics or were asked to take pictures of electronics at the residence?
I believe the only electronic item I photoed was a laptop in the shed. All of the others were photoed by CSA Scott.
But as far as you know and what you recall, there were electronics found at the house, like say, I don't know, iPads and laptops, that kind of thing.
Laptops, definitely. I'm not sure what other types.
But you're not the crime scene analyst that would have captured that and put that into evidence?
I didn't recover the laptop itself, no, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know, do you know how many electronics were in the house when you were there?
I don't.
Do you know whose responsibility that would have been?
Whoever was in charge of the search warrant, they had it listed on the return.
And just for the jury's edification, a return is a document that's left at the house or the area to notify the owner that certain items were taken as a result of the search.
Yes, sir.
So it's almost like a receipt.
Yes.
And your job really stops with regards to the actual search itself. You don't do anything further when you go back to your office with Metro or anything like that.
Aside from impounding whatever I would know, sir.
Okay. And just for our edification, when something's impounded, the concern, of course, is to maintain what's called chain of custody, right? Meaning that if you find something on scene, you want to make sure that that piece of evidence is exactly how it was as you found it at the scene and not molested or changed or anything like that.
Correct.
So sometimes, like in other investigations, you might have gloves on to protect you from transferring DNA or fingerprints onto the actual item of interest.
I'm usually always wearing gloves, but yes, different DNA considerations depending
So
on.
when you're telling us that you went back to make sure that certain items were impounded, items that you had taken and put it into an evidence baggie,
Yes,
you took that to the evidence vault.
I would have sealed it, and then we have a temporary hold that's locked, so I would have sealed it with all the identifying information and then placed it in that hold, and an evidence technician would have continued the chain of custody.
And in terms of sealing it, you have a certain tape, color of tape that you would put on the opening of the packaging to indicate that it's been sealed by you.
Yes, sir. Ours is red, and then I sign that with my initials and the date that I'm sealing it.
I see. And then do you put your initials on the actual tape itself or somewhere on the tape side of the?
Across the tape and the package, so if it's moved, it's evident.
Okay. And now at some point in the future, if someone comes along, they can go into that evidence vault and remove your package out, right?
If they check it out, yes, sir.
And if they were to open it, they would have to open it from some other side of the packaging.
Typically, yes.
And then when they seal it to return it back to the evidence vault, they would actually put a different type of tape on it to indicate it came from somewhere else.
I've seen red and blue used, so depending on the circumstance, yes.
Now, the bins of photographs that we see in the pictures, and I think this is State's Exhibit number 199.
Sorry.
Showing you what's been marked and admitted already as State's Exhibit number 100. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes,
Did you rifle through or look through those photographs to see what was in them?
I did not know.
That would have been somebody else's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You're just there to take a picture of what was in it.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 99. Is this the other bin that was in the garage that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, these are bins that you are directed to by detectives to take pictures of.
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 98. Do you see over here on the top right, these are the two bins over here that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you see this bin over here?
Yes.
Did you ever take a picture of what was inside that bin?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so the what we have in terms of evidence in this case would have been the State's Exhibit number 99 and 100, but not Exhibit number 98.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
Meaning that we have the open bins for, this would be 99 and 100, but not for this particular bin over here.
As far as items recovered, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you, if I may approach, Your Honor,
You may.
showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits F through W, UU. If you could just look through those photographs real quick. You just kind of remember.
I told Mr. Trent I'd stipulate the initial F through G.
Okay. Do you want to just have them admitted on this time?
You might want to still review.
Okay.
I believe these are a mixture of both mine and CSA Scott's photos
Okay,
from inside the residence, but they're consistent
all right.
with the residence.
And just with regards to the record, this has been admitted by stipulation between the state and the defense, and that would be Defense Exhibit F through Defense Exhibit UU.
They will now be admitted.
It will now be admitted?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. All right, and just for our edification, showing you just for a couple photographs here, this would be Defense Exhibit G. Sure you can see what we're talking about. This would have been a photograph taken after the search of the house.
I believe so, yes.
Defense Exhibit I, as in Isaac, is that another photograph taken after the search of the house?
I appears so, yes.
This is Defense Exhibit J, another photograph taken.
Yes.
Along with that, this is Defense Exhibit K, another photograph.
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit L,
Yes.
Defense Exhibit M.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further by the state?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, Ms. Feldbaum, you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us today. Say, who's your next witness?
Justine Gaddis.
All right. Before this witness testifies, you may hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation. None of this is offered to show propensity to commit a crime, and you may not consider it for that purpose or any other purpose. It is only offered to establish credibility of statements made by defendant and motive and identity. All right, come on up.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Justine, Justine, Gaddis, Gatus.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Dutton.
And how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long you been with Metro?
Coming up on 20 years. I've been in homicide for over 8.
And can you describe how homicide is set up at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
So we have 4 teams that work active calls. Each team has 6 detectives, and each of those 6, basically, we kind of rotate all throughout the entire bay of detectives for who gets the next call in order as it just kind of comes down the line.
Back in 2023, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was.
And who was your sergeant?
Back then it was Igor DeCaro.
Is he still your sergeant today?
Yes, he is.
And on your squad, was there a person by the name of Cliff Mogg?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you become aware that he was investigating the Tupac Shakur homicide?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2023. Were you present during the execution of the search warrant at the residence?
Yes, I was.
And while you were present for that search warrant, were there 2 bins located? I'm going to put up State Exhibit 98. Were there 2 bins located?
Yes, sir.
What happened to those 2 bins?
Those bins were collected and transported to Metro headquarters and ultimately impounded. Or, I'm sorry, the bins themselves were ultimately released back.
At Metro headquarters, those bins were searched,
Yes,
certain items were removed,
yes,
and then those bins were returned.
correct.
And then who impounded the items that were taken out of that bin?
Detective Mogg.
When did Detective Mogg officially retire from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I want to say it was August. I know it was August of 23, but I think maybe August 12th of 2023.
And sometime after August 12th of 23, in September of 23, did you become aware that this case was indicted by the Clark County Grand Jury?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Sergeant DeCaro assigned a role to assist now investigator Mogg if he needed a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go through just some of those things. But on April 23rd of 2026, did you go to the evidence hall?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you at the evidence hall?
You and Mr. Banu, Igor DeCaro, Mike Samp, his investigator, Aaron Stanton, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, his female assistant partner.
Maggie?
Yes,
Was Cliff Mogg there too?
yes, he was.
And what was the purpose of us all going down to the vault?
To review the evidence that has been impounded for this case.
And were you the peace officer, you and Mr. DeCaro, the peace officers, or Sergeant DeCaro, sorry, the peace officers that were present for purposes of touching the evidence, opening the evidence, reviewing the evidence with the defense and the state?
Yep, and then I resealed the evidence. That's correct.
Show you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 132. is that the original impound from Detective Moggs that we wound up opening and going through everything in?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go through all these. This one I'm gonna do last because there's a lot. Showing you state's proposed exhibit number 135. Was that an item that was in this impound package?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 135.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit 136. Is that an item that was in there?
Yes, sir.
Now, state's proposed 134 is a package, it's a proposed package. Just want you to look through there. We're 134A, B, C, and D, all within that package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit, I guess I should do 134 and A through D, so we have the package to keep them in.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
W 134A, B, C, and D.
And one of those items, 134D, is a magazine about Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
There were some miscellaneous items collected, but I think we are all putting in 133, but I don't have a cover for 133. Madam Clerk, is there a cover for 133, or do we just have them separate? Oh, the back, perfect. Something to keep it in. One 133, I think, was technically the bag, but there's a Lakers ticket that's marked.
Yes.
That was in there.
Yes, sir.
133A, E, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and L were all within this package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 133 and 133A through L.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And then lastly, was there this
Photo book, yeah.
photo book 137,
Yes.
and then were there a number of items that were inside this photo book?
Yes, sir.
And the clerk and the defense and I have had these marked as 137A through, I think the last one is U. If you want to briefly flip through those. Is 136 a minute? I believe I offered it.
Yes, it's not. It is not.
I think you acknowledged this was in there.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 136.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
All of those were within this, call it scrapbook for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
So I want to go through some of these items and if you put it on the overhead. Ooh, that's bad. All right. This item 136.
Yes, Mike. Actually, I think we should put them here because otherwise it's just no slide.
136 is actually what appears to be, well, it says an affidavit and a search warrant.
Correct.
From the Compton PD.
Yes, sir.
And it appears that it's dated May 27th of 1997.
Correct.
It appears that it's at 1524 South California Ave in Compton.
Yes, sir.
And on the back, there is a handwritten return.
Yes, sir.
One of the items that was recovered, it says number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Let's go through the items that were in the scrapbook, and then I just messed up their entire order, so I think this doesn't matter which order. Let me just show some of the newspaper articles. So State's Exhibit number 137H.
I'm sorry. You said 137?
137H. Did we?
I don't have that listed as just.
Can I offer everything 137 and 137A through you?
You listed it, but you didn't.
Yeah,
ask
it's-
for it to be admitted.
It'll be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
Hey,
No objection, Your Honor.
okay, perfect, by stipulation.
This appears to be an article about Mr. Shakur's death.
Yes, sir.
One 137G. Another one about the death of Mr. Shakur, and this one's actually dated September 19th of 96.
Yes, sir.
One 137U. Is another article that was found in there talking about Mr. Knight being kept in jail.
Yes, sir.
One 137 appears to be in a newspaper article about a bad rap for new artists.
That's correct.
One 137B, an article about Mr. Shakur being in a fight with the MGM.
Yes, sir.
One 137C, an article about a death row exec didn't leave, and this is from September 14th of 1996.
Yes, sir.
This one. This is 137D. I don't want to peel it back, but I guess we can peel that back. It appears to be the community mourns, and there's a picture of his death is going to send a strong message to the rap community. It looks like an article about death in the rap industry.
Yes, sir.
And if we, I don't know if I can zoom this in. To be honest with It appears to be discussing the death of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
One 137E, star rapper Tupac Shakur badly wounded is a newspaper article.
That's correct.
And are you aware that Tupac Shakur died on September 13th?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be prior to September 13th.
Yes, sir.
One 137F. Back out just a little bit. There's an article about police raids targeting or sparked by Tupac Shakur's death.
Yes.
And this one actually has a handwritten date that says 9/3 of 96.
10-3 of 96.
Oh, sorry, 10/3 of 96.
Yes, sir.
One 137I. Well, you can probably read it down for me now. This one is rappers and Muslims gather for peace, and it's dated September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
One 137J. There's been an article titled Night related to Suge Knight.
Yes, sir.
Hold on to see the whole thing. 137K. It's an article entitled 22 Held in Shootings Possible Shakur Payback.
Yes, sir.
As well as another piece of article, Complex Life Comes to an End.
That's correct.
And it looks like it discusses the death of Mr. Shakur on the back.
Yes, sir.
One 137L. This appears to be an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
One 137A, or sorry, 37M. This one says, man who fought with Shakur on videotape is released.
Correct.
If we zoom in, it discusses the arrest of Orlando Anderson for a different crime, as well as discussion of retaliation in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
One 137M. 10. There's an article about gangster rap performer Notorious B.I.G. being slain.
Yes, sir.
137O, an article about gang ties suspected in villains.
Yes, sir.
137P. An article from September 16th, 1996, obviously related to Tupac.
Yes, sir.
137Q. This is about a rap lawyer's contending detective lie.
Yes, sir.
And it starts off with, they seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Marion Suge Knight's alleged role in the assault before Tupac Shakur slaying.
Yes, sir.
On 37R. This appears to be sort of a combination of both Biggie and Tupac's murder, but bullet-riddled rap is how it's titled.
That's correct.
And then it says, is the rivalry escalating despite so-called truce?
That's correct.
This was originally folded. Just a couple more, detective. 137S. An article entitled Living Dangerously.
Yes, sir.
And it appears, if you look really close at the bottom, this is from People magazine in September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
One 137T, the last on this one. An article entitled on March 10th of 1997, No Easy Answers for Violence in Gangsta Rap.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to being the, let's call you impounding officer at the vault on April 23rd, did there come a point in time when you went as a law enforcement officer to California to interview certain individuals?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the individuals you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me who they were?
We spoke with Yosef Yaw, Rashina Smith, Corey Edwards, Roger Williams. I believe there was one more. I can't remember.
Mob James?
Yes,
James McDonald?
yes, James McDonald. That's who it was.
In addition to that, did you become aware that in this proceeding, well, let me ask you this, as a homicide detective, do you know what a compelling order is?
Yes, I do.
What's a compelling order?
It's basically an order issued by, well, in this example, it's issued by the state of California, compelling witnesses who live there to appear in front of the court.
We have to ask our court to issue some documentation, and then we have to ask their court for a copy.
Correct.
Judge, I'd ask you to take judicial notice that you've issued compelling orders for Trayvon Lane, Roger Williams, James McDonald, Corey Edwards, and Virgie Brooks.
Let me make sure I have all those actually. All right.
There might be a sixth one, actually. Oh, Malcolm Greenidge would be the sixth one.
All right. Corey Edwards, I'll take judicial notice of that one. Roger Williams, I'll take judicial notice of that one. James McDonald, James McDonald, I'll take judicial notice of that one. And then there's another block of them a little later.
Correct. I think Virgie Brooks and Trayvon Lane came a little later.
Trayvon Brooks, I'll take judicial notice of that.
Virgie Brooks.
Sorry, Trayvon Lane, I'll take
Okay, Trayvon
judicial
Lane.
notice of that. And, all right, Virgie Brooks.
And then recently Malcolm Greenidge.
Recently, Malcolm Greenidge. Michael Payne.
What?
Michael Payne.
Malcolm Payne was a transporter.
Okay. Malcolm Greenidge. All right. I'll take judicial notice of that.
Of all six.
Yes. So,
Did you become aware that certain of those six individuals weren't cooperating, even though they had been served papers by California?
Yes, sir.
And so did you coordinate with anyone to assist California authorities in locating these individuals?
I did.
Oh, and let me back up. There was also someone in New York that there's a compelling order for, correct?
I'm not sure if the order was served or issued, but yes, I know the individual in New York.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
And he is currently on probation.
Correct.
And there's an effort to locate what jurisdiction he was in order to get it.
Yes, sir.
What did you do with the people who weren't cooperative despite the California authorities ordering them to come to Nevada?
We went up on their phones, which means we received orders to where we can ping their phone location to try to identify where they were specifically at.
And for those people, well, how many pens do you think you did?
I think about 5.
And do you remember which 5 you had to do pens on?
Corey Edwards, Virgie Brooks, Roger Williams,
Was there Malcolm Greenidge on
yes, Malcolm was, yes. And I can't remember the last one. I know we've already spoke about him though.
Devontae, well, no, how about Devontae Lee? Did you
Yeah.
have to get one?
Yes.
Now, Devontae Lee was local, so we didn't need a compelling verdict.
Correct.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes.
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No.
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
Yes, there was.
And who is that?
His mother.
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and invalid?
She's in poor health, yes.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Evans?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Thank you, Detective. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sams.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing, Detective Gaddis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for appearing here today.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony is based on your work with Clifford Mogg from 2023 on.
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of anything. This primarily was being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right, and so from 2018 to 2023, you didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a detective with Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
And it's one of those things where just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Now, in terms of your training experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're really as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer.
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that will help you become a successful police officer in our community. One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports.
Yes, sir.
Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation, you could write some notes or something along those lines. That wouldn't require you to do a police report
That's correct.
or officer's report.
Yes.
All right, but in terms of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written.
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say, though, that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say, for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
They would look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become sergeant. Correct. Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
Be hopeful. But with regards to your officer's report, for instance, when you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next.
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes or not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
Haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But fair to say, of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life and doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to departing the department.
I know the department would like them completed, but again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers' reports, fair enough, you know, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original investigator? No. A lot of times like there'll be either one of the guys from cold case that will kind of pick up the case
Right.
and finish that up. And so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay, well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, you know, finish up his officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
3 years?
No.
And it's fair to say that there's common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
You want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like you said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes.
Yeah.
It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, as you're sitting here right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I do.
You work for the district attorney's office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different purposes, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a police officer with Metro is to investigate and determine facts, fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the district attorney's office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is just to find the facts
And present it to them.
and
Yes.
present it to the district attorney's office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they do have investigators that work for them,
Yes, sir.
right? But fair to say those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators fit into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's speculation.
Can you rephrase it? Because I
Sure.
forgot the original question.
So with regards to your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator be the primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator? No.
Yes, that's correct. So no, you answer is no.
Correct. Not in my experience.
And not in your experience. Now, in terms of what you're doing here, your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit,
Yes, sir.
and at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant, the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who was just writing the search warrant. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying for the
Okay.
most part.
And in this case, Detective Mogg was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant,
Yes, he was.
and he was the one who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mogg, there's other people from Metro that's present as well.
Yes, sir.
Other detectives as well,
Yes, sir.
as well as the crime scene analysts that we have on scene.
Yes,
And they're all looking for information.
correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that was taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes.
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book that you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, just if I could have I have it. I'm part of this. Show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes.
Okay, so this book was the one of the focuses of the search.
Yes.
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
He would have documented that in there, yes.
Yeah, and for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh the recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before.
Oh.
I can review it if you'd like. But yeah, I up to this point have not read the full document.
Okay. So you're saying though that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, looking at the State's Exhibit number 104, the name that's on top of here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
What significance does this name have to you?
We knew that was Dwayne Davis's nickname or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regards to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do know.
Who is that person?
Yosef Yal.
Now, with regards to Yosef Yal, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the to my understanding, he's the co-author of the book.
Okay. Now, you had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yao.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
And so explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County Regional Justice Center. They hear cases, then they determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one, but you were not.
That's correct.
Okay. That would be something that Detective Mogg would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to Yusuf, we had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusuf about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California.
No, I did not.
Or some type of notice in California, hey, you show up to court.
No, we did not.
And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusuf to knock on his door again and say, Yusuf, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusuf, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective at Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point how many years?
2.5 maybe?
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusuf.
With several people, yes.
Okay. But you're going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point,
Yes.
but not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point.
Correct. He was not.
He is an investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No. Primarily Detective Mogg did, or Investigator Mogg did.
Sure. And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I didn't.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
Yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with the glasses, myself, and my investigator, as well as Mr. Giacomo, Mr. Renew, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer's report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this particular regard, did you at any point of your participation in this case, in that submission of that report, ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities as the main detective on this case in either 2017 or 18?
To my understanding, yes, that's correct.
And he had been the investigator from that time period, and we'll just give him benefit of doubt, 2018, all the way up to 2023 when he retired.
Correct.
But as of right now, as you sit here, you've never read an officer's report from Detective Mogg in between that time period.
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
No. Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right, and fair to say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today.
Yes,
He's actually in custody.
correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point issue a compelling order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something that maybe Mr. Mogg would know of.
Yes.
How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I don't know who that is.
Once again,
I have not issued a, yes.
So
And the
that-
same answer that Detective Mogg would be, he would have more knowledge on that.
Now, the articles that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason, besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house, do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone.
And in today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner of Charleston and, I don't know, Wallaby, and they're doing it over and over again, that would lend some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows, right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but they would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again for the jury. This is State's Exhibit 37. Oh, I'm sorry. 137. Do you remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah. There looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it,
That's correct.
and something else that's there. It looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
No, other than it being just like a scrapbook type.
But nothing else besides that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got green in here as well. It looks like a pretty festive notebook or
Yes.
folder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your one of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been this would be State's Exhibit 136. You recall looking at this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that would have been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to, but let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that was made mention by the state, and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken, that's like our property return
Yes.
or search warrant return, okay?
That's correct.
And in it, it identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance, just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when the search warrant was issued. So I would assume previous to that
Right.
issue date.
Right, but we don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the 9 miscellaneous photographs, all these things are things that another detective wrote down in the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here, you had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody would do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Did you find any information that would help you know or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Compton Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital items. So I've never reviewed anything from in the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mog's job, not your job.
Yes,
Because at the time, he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
correct.
Now, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. The other items that were seized at that point that you were at least part of the seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers. Another laptop computer, 8 HP G171 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Sky device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the residents, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a black case.
Yes,
Okay. And those were all the fruits of your search of Mr. Davis's residence when you went there.
yes, sir.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mogg's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Detective Gaddis, I'm done with my cross-examination of you.
Okay.
I appreciate your answers today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samp. Mr. Jackman will redraft.
Detective Gaddis, Mr. Sam said we're 2 separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often, let me ask you this. Do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, sir, we do.
What is the soonest you've called the DA after you've shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour, absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you were.
And were you aware the determination or the decision that was made as it relates to Mr. Detective Mogg remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that that decision was made the day he retired?
Yes, yes.
And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not done?
Yes, sir.
And usually the report is done when all of the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed when you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Samft also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission. Do it in different ways, but yes, the same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case?
Objection, Your Honor, it's opinion. I'm not quite clear what the relevance of that was.
Well, his entire cross was, hey, this is really odd, this is really unusual, there's something wrong here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg and continuing the investigation. So I'm asking her, in her experience, is there anything inappropriate about
I don't know how her experience is relevant
He opened the door by asking her those questions.
overall.
I would say Detective Mob would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Sant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Since we walked through this door, so with regards to Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Can you approach? All right, it's overruled. You may ask your question.
And I just forgot the question, so let me back it up real quick here. So you're telling us though that he was the best for the job?
Yes,
Okay. And that at the time of his retirement, 2023, he was the best for the job?
he had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Yes, and he had the most knowledge of it because he was the primary detective on the case?
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes. And when he retired, he did not have an officer's report?
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, I'm just based upon your knowledge, you're saying you don't know.
Yeah, I know, I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report?
Correct.
And you say he was the best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit that could have taken over that case?
There are additional detectives, absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that could have taken over that case from the homicide division?
Well, I say that about Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it out and to see it through, to me, that made the most sense, in my opinion.
But without capturing it, putting it down on an officer's report?
Well,
You don't know.
objection. She just answered like she doesn't know if there is one.
Let me ask you this question. I'll withdraw the question. In terms of, as you sit here right now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago.
Yes, I do.
And they could have very easily taken this file as well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020 that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so in terms of the way you're describing it now, are you saying that Detective Mogg was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mogg.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mogg situation, are you telling us though that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So are you aware of an retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he at some point worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but are you telling us that that's what Detective Mogden did in this case? That after he retired, he became a investigator, just like Dino Kelly, on cold cases?
Detective Mogg did not do that with Metro.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officers report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would be put in the file to help the next detective with the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you, Detective Gaddis. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
Does anyone in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or rewatch or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11:40. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess.
We'd have a lot of drive-by shootings, but they were with, shotguns and 22 rifles and Saturday night specials. Now these guys got 100-round clips or magazines and AK-47s or.
You joined the Compton PD about a year after Tim Brennan. Why did you choose like one of the most dangerous cities to start your career? And what were your and Tim's first nights like in Compton?
Yeah, well, I went there because when I was in the academy, we had a instructor that was from Compton. And he lateraled over to Huntington Beach, but he used to tell us war stories about Compton. He said, hey, if you want to be the real police, you should start out in Compton because you're never going to get as much experience as working the streets of Compton as you will anywhere else. So that's why I personally went over there. I got hired in 1983. Like you said, my partner, Tim Brennan, he got hired in 1982. And, man, you're thrown into the fire right off the bat. Yeah. I mean, when I started in 1983, there wasn't one street in Compton that wasn't claimed by the Crips or Bloods or Hispanic gang. So most of the calls that you get revolve around gang activity. So you're thrown into the fire right away. So.
Yeah.
So I mean, and in the book, in your book, you said there was about 55 sets of gangs in the city. It's a small city, but only a few cops. How did you manage to be ever present everywhere without leaving some part, vulnerable?
Well, like I said, it was Compton's a 10 square mile city. The population is about 100,000. And we did have 55 known street gangs in Compton. So like I said, Compton, to me, was such a crazy city. it's the only city that you could start an 8-hour shift. I'll explain it. One of my 8-hour shifts was my first call out of briefing was a suicide. Some guy laid down in front of a train track and he got split in half.
Wow.
So welcome to Compton, right? So you're looking at this, and so takes a couple hours to finish that up. And Compton had an airport, a little set for little Cessnas, right? So after that got called, we get a call of a plane crash. So we go over to by Tragney Park. It's on the west side of Compton, and now there's a plane crashed into a house, and there's people burned up in the plane, and so you have to deal with that, right? And then right before we get off, now we have a double gang homicide, and he ended up being there all night. I mean, this was such a crazy city, and you're throwing it, so much is thrown at you at one time. It's hard to explain, but that's just a typical night in working the streets of Compton back in the 80s.
Did you ever think about leaving and go somewhere quiet and nicer to just do your job?
Well, eventually I did. The sheriffs took us over in 2000. And then I lateraled over because I really wasn't ready to go over to the sheriff's department. But I'm telling you, Compton, it grabs a hold of you, and it's an adrenaline rush. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know what's around the next corner. And the camaraderie, you have camaraderie with your fellow officers. And it's just hard. You're just like a family. So I never really thought about leaving. If Compton would have remained Compton the whole time, I would have never left. I love working there. So.
Okay.
That's awesome. Though I would imagine, I mean, you would have to be like a family because, I mean, in order to stay safe, you have to be able to trust one another. I mean, like in depth, trust one another, and kind of believe in what you're doing to be, in those streets all, every night like that. So
yeah, definitely. Because we were definitely outnumbered, you know what I'm saying? So you have to really rely on each other and trust each other.
I mean, what's going on? This is Rodney and Melissa Evolving. I'm Rodney.
I'm Melissa.
So we've been giving you guys good content, but the subs have been coming very slow. The goal is to make it to 10,000 subs by the end of the year.
Yes. So please like and subscribe.
Because I'm sure you like this good content. For us to keep doing it, please, it's free. Like, subscribe, and share this content.
Thank you.
All right, get back to the video. And then I think one of your first night, and again, and the great book, you have a story that you went for a domestic violence call, but the whole family turned on you, and you didn't have a handheld radio. You had to leave your partner dealing with the family and go in the car and make a call. That was wild.
Yeah, that was wild. It was one of my partners' name was Bud Johnson. That doesn't matter. But, when like we say, we're a small city and we didn't have the equipment that other agencies had. So between the two of us, we only got one handheld radio, right? If you had that at all. Sometimes you didn't have any radios like we did, right?
Wow.
So we got a call to a family disturbance, and we go and you're walking up the door and we can hear them fighting inside, right? So me and my partner walk inside, and we start to deal with these, but as soon as we start to deal with it, the family kind of turned on us, right? So there was like 4 or 5 family members, even the females, man. The females started turning on us, and my partner was older than I was. I was kind of a rookie, right? I was like looking at him, what do I do, And so he goes, go get backup. And so it was the hard decision to make. I had to run out to the car, leave my partner in there, and they're trying to jump on his back, and he's fighting with these people. So I make a decision, hey, do I help him? Or he told me to go get help. So I run out, I grab the mic, and you yell on the radio, code 9, because everyone knows where you're at. Dispatch knows where you're at. So code 9 means send help right away. So all I did is I pick up the mic, I yelled code 9, threw it down, I ran back in. And man, it was a melee in there. We're fighting with the whole family, and it's like you could hear the sirens coming and it only took like a couple minutes, but when you're in there fighting with everybody, it seems like it's like 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everything turned out okay, but that's just, you know, one of the crazy nights that we had in Compton, working with little or no equipment. We just had to deal with it ourselves.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, what I've heard is that domestic violence calls can be more dangerous than any other call, just because you really don't know if they're going to turn on you or not. Because they tend to not really want the cops there. They call them, but they don't really want them there. So
I mean, they call to scare the guy away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like the female, they'll call on the husband, and the husband, as soon as you start to arrest the husband for battery, then she's going, wait a second. If you arrest him, I don't have no income here. You're taking my livelihood away. So that's where it does a 180. You know, as soon as you start to handcuff them, you know, that's when it takes a turn for the worse.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and that's coming from a cop that worked in a gang unit. So
Right?
There's something special about coming back home and caring for the community that raised me. But this isn't the same hospital. With new teams and new capabilities, care that used to be hours away is now close to home.
He's the reason that she still gets to be here, the reason that I still get to see her grow up.
I was able to get back to my active life, and I'm so grateful to WVU Medicine for that.
Around here, care has changed, and the difference shows. The future is here.
Create your coziest bedroom yet with the Jorlena collection at Ashley. Casual, modern styling creates a warm, calming space, and the upholstered headboard adds a luxuriously plush touch. Shop serene fall styles at Ashley, in-store and online.
Right, yeah. So, okay, so crack cocaine kind of exploded in the 1980s, and then gangs, you know, kind of suddenly had a lot of money, millions of dollars, and access to, you know, military grade weapons, AK-47s or MAC-10s. When did you first realize kind of that that you guys were really just outgunned? I mean, you're talking about not having enough radios, and these guys have like access to all kinds of weapons. So yeah.
I think that was probably around 1985 that it really started impacting. They start selling raw cocaine, and they were making so much money, and then they start spreading across the whole United States, the culture, the Crips and Bloods culture, and it really got a lot of coverage, right? And these gangs, though, they were making money hand over fist. I mean, when I first started, we'd have a lot of drive-by shootings, but they were with, you know, shotguns and 22 rifles and Saturday night specials. Now these guys got 100-round clips or magazines and AK-47s, or they got a 30-round magazine, then banana magazines, and they have another one taped to it. So they got like 60 rounds, and we're having these drive-by shootings now where we used to have one victim, maybe two. Now we're having 4 or 5. And you know, you get to the scene and it's just mayhem, and there's streets scattered with spent casings, and there's bodies all over the place. So it really did get crazy with the sophisticated assault weapons that these guys were buying now. So
Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah, that's why.
Right.
You know, we had a boss, Reggie Wright Sr. He was our boss, and he taught us a whole new way of doing police work. He goes, "Hey man, you can't treat these guys like crap all the time, because you're never going to get any information. Trust me." He goes, "Don't try to be black. You're not black. You're 2 white guys. Just go out there and treat them fair, and they'll learn to respect you, and they'll talk to you." And so
That's insane.
Yeah, that's why.
Right.
But okay, you knew about Compton, but the world didn't know about Compton until NWO came out. You know what I mean? When they came out, I mean, they came blazing. The song F the Police, did you guys take it personal?
Well, some of the guys did, you know what I mean? But my partner Tim and I, Brennan, it didn't bother us that much, you know, because we knew they didn't like us anyway. So, it really didn't bother us, but it did put us on the map. I mean, nobody heard of Compton before that. I mean, we'd have murders every night and they'd never be on the news. But then when NWA hit the charts, it put Compton on the map and made it famous. So.
Release your creative potential with SketchUp AI. Create renderings and stunning visuals with speed and efficiency, empowering you to bring your visions to life and communicate impactful design intent. Newly released AI assistant capabilities help you quickly create 3D objects from text or images and let you master SketchUp with in-app AI guidance. Visit the SketchUp site and get started.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months plus $1,500 purchase cash on Sierra models.
Did that I know that like MTV started coming into Compton and, really like news organizations. Did that kind of make it worse for you guys though? Trying to do your job in the midst of all this like activity coming from outside of Compton as well?
Well, it really did. That part of the gangster rap really didn't affect, how we did our job, because that was totally separate. They weren't out in the streets like we were. They were in the studios, and they were doing their thing in the studio. They not even in the city of Compton, really. You know what I mean? Yeah, the news people would come in because, that was from the city of Compton. So, but it really didn't affect us, man, because we still had stuff, we still had our shootings every night and the gang wars going on. So we had to deal with that. We couldn't really worry about what NWA or Death Row or what they were doing, so.
Okay. But you guys did become famous, especially Tim being Blondie, was when Quick made that song. You know what I mean? Blondie cut no slack. I mean, y'all become famous in the city.
Yeah, it really did. It made us before Tim got famous from DJ Quick making an underground tape. The song went, I forget how it goes, but he's like another white boy that wants to be black. If you fuck with me, I'll put a bullet in your back. That was some of the lyrics that were in there. And Tim wasn't too happy when we first heard it, because we were driving around the city and everyone started calling Blondie, everywhere we went, Blondie, because that was part of the song. And we're going, what the hell is going on? So we finally pulled somebody over or jacked somebody up and go, hey, what's with the Blondie? He goes, you haven't heard? DJ Quick made an underground song about it. He's making you famous, Blondie. All right. So after that, everybody started asking for us to, whenever they wanted to talk about crimes or whatever, they'd ask for Blondie. And so it really helped us solve a lot of crimes, believe it or not.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
I mean, you guys were like, from the book, you guys seems to be fair with people, even though you arrest them, but you were fair to them. And then so they trust you and they kind of become your informants sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while, because before we got in the gang unit, now we got in the gang unit in 1988, but before we got in the gang unit, we had the patrol mentality where we arrest everybody, cut nobody any slack or whatever, right? So when we got in the gang unit, we had a boss, Reggie Wright Sr. He was our boss. And he taught us a whole new way of doing police work. He goes, hey, man, you can't treat these guys like crap all the time, because you're never going to get any information. Trust me. He goes, don't try to be black. You're not black. You're two white guys. Just go out there and treat them fair, and they'll learn to respect you, and they'll talk to you. And so, I mean, it took years to build up rapport with these gangsters, but we let the patrolman kind of be the bad guy, you know? So when they're on the corners rolling dice or drinking 40 ounces or whatever, patrol people would take them to jail. We'd roll up and say, hey, man, we don't care. We're working gang shooting. We ain't going to sweat you on the 40s, or, you know, if you're drinking some beer or playing some dice. We don't care about that. And then we'd start talking with them, asking them about, hey, what happened over here in this shooting, or what happened? And so then they'd start talking to us. And then when we got them in custody too, when we got them alone, then they really talk to us. You know, out in the street, it's a little different. Everyone's watching it. They'll talk to you. They'll be cool. They'll give you your nickname. Yeah, the rival neighborhood, they came over here busting on us, and they'll tell you the wars that's going on, but they won't tell you anything, you know, that's otherwise it'd be snitching. But when you get them alone, that's when they start talking.
Yeah. What's going on? This is Rodney and Melissa Evolving. I'm Rodney.
I'm Melissa.
So we've been giving you guys good content, but the subs have been coming very slow. The goal is to make it to 10,000 subs by the end of the year.
Yes. So please like and subscribe.
Because I'm sure you like this good content. For us to keep doing it, please, it's free. Like, subscribe, and share this content.
Thank you.
All right, get back to the video.
Thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
Getting a degree backed by the power of Purdue?
But going to class from wherever.
Whenever.
This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
So how did that feel like when Reggie Wright Sr. kind of chose you and Tim for this gang unit, like, and the three of you, you know, working together? How did that feel being two white cops in a predominantly Black and Latino community, and gang culture? Like, how did that, I don't know, how did that make you feel when you first started?
When we first got in the gang unit, I mean, look, we used to see the same guys over and over. Even when we were in patrol, it's only 10 square miles. So when you're out there patrolling, you see the same gangsters, same guys over and over every day. So when we got in the gang unit, we just switched uniforms and had it played a different role. So it didn't bother us one bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, we had to change our style because when you're in patrol, you kind of get jaded because every time you roll up to a crime scene and people are shot, the gangsters, yeah, hey, what happened? What happened? Almost 95% of the time they're saying F you. Well, we're going to deal with this self. So every call, it's like F you. We're going to handle it ourselves, right? So when we got in the gang unit and started building up rapport with these guys and start treating them different, and when we got them to talk to us, you know, it's just different. So it really didn't. The bottom line is we just had to change our style of police work, and Reggie Wright Sr. really taught us a lot. I owe him a lot because he taught us how to deal with the Black gang members. So.
I mean, what do you think make Reggie Sr. so effective?
Oh my God, where do I start with that guy? He grew up in Compton. Well, he grew up in Imperial Courts, and then they moved to Compton. But before they start asking for us, Blondie or whatever, Reggie was already a legend. That guy, everybody asked for Reggie because he treated people with respect. You know, and I mean, he was doing community policing before community policing was invented. The guy was totally amazing. And so when we got into the gang unit, that's what, you know, he was our mentors. You know what I'm saying? He said, hey, if you want to get far, and do good at this job, you have to treat people like you'd want to be treated. And that's what we did. And we stayed in the gang unit 12 years. So we were doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you stayed alive in the gang unit, which is crazy. Yeah.
Since 1980, Wonder Book has been rescuing millions of books, movies, and vinyl.
From rare first editions to unbeatable bargains, we have over 2 million items looking for a new home. Rescue a story and start your collection today at wonderbook.com.
And he was hiding. I said a closet, but he was behind the couch in the corner or whatever, right? Because I couldn't remember. I remember us going back to the house, but Reggie goes, "Shug, get your big ass out of the house." Yeah.
So we've interviewed Mob James, and and he told us a story about getting arrested, and the one of the few officers that he really respected was Reggie Wright Sr. And so he asked for him when he was getting arrested because he was the only one that he would actually go to, let arrest him. And did you ever have any dealings with Mob James?
I've seen Mob James, but I really never had any dealings because he was in jail most of the time when we first started. Yeah, he got out a little later, but he was kind of an OG. He was an older gangster by then. He was kind of like calm shots, so he really wasn't hanging out in the streets doing a lot of gang banging like he was when he was younger. So I didn't really have. Now his two brothers, Buntree and Timmy Rue, I had a lot of dealings with them, but not really Mob James.
Yeah. So I mean, at some point, Buntree became like the main muscle guy for Suge, right?
Yes, they were all in Suge's entourage as bodyguards.
Yeah.
So that tells you what kind of guys they are, because Suge Knight's not going to pick no punks to guard him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So these guys were hardcore gangsters, man. He put around them. So
what's going on? This is Rodney and Melissa Evolving. I'm Rodney.
I'm Melissa.
So we've been giving you guys good content, but the subs have been coming very slow. The goal is to make it to 10,000 subs by the end of the year.
Yes. So please like and subscribe.
Because I'm sure you like this good content. For us to keep doing it, please, it's free. Like, subscribe, and share this content.
Thank you.
All right, get back to the video.
Yeah.
Again, so.
I know.
One second. Listen, man. I read it twice. No, it's really good. So, I mean, I don't want to tell the whole story, but there's one that you and Tim had a warrant to go pick Sugar, but he ended up at Mob James' house. And apparently he was hiding in the closet. Was that true?
Well, here's the thing. It was true, but the where he was hiding was a little different, and I had to talk with Reggie Sr. because he kind of remembered a little more than me and Tim did. But everything is true. But Mob James' house was a known hangout for all the mob Pyrus. Looters Park too. I mean, whenever he went over there was 10 to 15 people hanging out in his front yard drinking, and we had a lot of problems over the years with this. But Reggie's mom lived a couple doors down, and so, like I say, Reggie he got along with them. He knew them. The gangsters respected Reggie. And so there was a solid deadly weapon warrant put out for Suge Knight. It happened, I don't really remember the circumstances. And Reggie said, we got to go over to, he's over there at Mob James' house, right? So me and Tim and Reggie, we go over to Mob James' house. It's a corner house, and he's got an attached garage. Okay, it's kind of in the back. Now, if Tim or I tried to just walk back there, we'd have to fight our way out. We'd have to call for backup or whatever. But not Reggie walks right in the front yard, and we're walking right behind him, and everyone's going, "Hey, Reg, what's up, Reg?" And he just walks right back to the where the attached garage was, and there's couches, and he was hiding. I said a closet, but he was behind the couch in the corner or whatever, right? Because I couldn't remember. I remember us going back to the house, but Reggie goes, "Shug, get your big ass out of the house." And me and Tim are just standing in the background laughing, and there's like 10, 15 gangsters just watching. So Shug just comes out, Reggie hooks him up, and we took him. And I don't think anything ever happened of him with that warrant, but it's a kind of a funny story. But
Yeah.
It's hilarious thinking about Suge. I mean, because everybody
like,
talks about him being the
tall dude, like 6'3", 6'4", 300 pounds. I mean, and death for record.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And he's got this. I mean, everybody talks about how mean he is, and how tough he is, but hiding behind a couch. It's funny though, because when we interviewed Mob James, he's not a fan of Suge at all. So when we read that part of the book, I was like, okay, that explains a lot, like why Mob James doesn't like him. So yeah.
Sure.
I was not able to do anything. I finally made the phone call to WV Medicine, and it was the best thing I ever did. I was able to get back to my active life, and I'm so grateful to WVU Medicine for that.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, no. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, 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 bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me.
Lost his company because the power that he thought he had, he really wasn't that guy. And when he pushed and pushed, all it took was one person to push back.
Yeah.
And it unfolded on it. It showed his true colors. Now everybody's seeing that Suge Knight's a bitch. Like I've been telling y'all for 10 years.
Yeah. I mean, I heard a WAC 100 interview. He said Suge is in jail right now because he was scared to fight, because he was scared to get his ass whooped. Because he said, had Suge get out of the car and fight him like a man, this will never happen. That's what I heard the WAC say.
I said that first.
Yeah.
And that's when I lose. If somebody pull up on you and then you get out that stretch to fade, either you're gonna get out or you're gonna try to leave. And that's what Suge did. I said it first. Okay, now, and I just told you a minute ago, he was approached in a real way.
Yeah.
And he felt like he was under pressure because he didn't have those 15, 20 guys with muscles behind him to correct this situation. All our fucking fights, and like with the Rams football team when we whipped their ass, all our fights were the homies whipped their ass, and then Suge came in there with his little sucker punch bullshit. Suge wasn't frontlining, just whipping ass and just whoop. If he was doing it with Neckbone and Countryman. I ain't never seen it.
Yeah, they had their falling out over the years, I guess. I've listened to a few of his interviews. So that's too bad.
I mean, a lot of it has to do with Buntry, but
right.
Blames Suge for a lot of things.
Because I think he's like Suge didn't do right by Buntry and his kids.
Yeah.
After Buntry passed away.
Right. Yeah. He Mob James, I've seen some of it. He gets emotional when he talks about his brother. So
He does. Yeah. We like Mob James.
Yeah, we had him twice.
He's a good guy.
You know what? I don't really know the guy, but I feel like I do. But he's a character, man. You could tell when you talk to him, he's the real deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not BSing you. He's just telling you the truth, and you could see it. You could see it the way he explains his stories. He's great.
Yeah. One of the things I think we really like about him is that he doesn't. I mean, he owns up to all the stuff that he did that was bad, and he's really like, that's not the way to live, and and he's trying to do good by his grandson, and like, it's you can tell he's very genuine about
he's trying he's trying to do better to live
live
normal.
a better life.
Yeah, he's probably very happy he survived. You know what I mean? Not many people survive. So
yeah.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home, or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. Shop Ashley in-store or online today.
Just order like a little nibble. You hear the crunch? It is so good, you guys.
That is something else.
Sheets, baby. He actually killed this guy in front of 50 people. It was at a gang party.
So that was the blood side, the power side of things. But you also dealt with the Crip side, like the South Side Crip. How much trouble did they give you?
Well, Southside Crips, man, they're one of our larger gangs. And they're like a half square mile square in the southeast portion of Compton. And they had 100+ gang members. So we were always dealing with Southside Crip, man. I mean, we've investigated them from possession of assault rifles to selling narcotics all the way up to murder. You name it, they did it. And they were a very active gang.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, today Southside Crips really kind of is associated with Keee, after 30 years after Tupac's been gone now. But you knew him like way back when. So was he considered like a shot caller like way back when you like first started?
He was like 17, 18, 19, I don't know, but he was over on the street where he lived on, and they stayed over there by this park called South Park. And we used to chase him around all the time. He was over there selling drugs. He was just a low-level guy at that time. But throughout the years, he became one of the biggest dope dealers around. So he really became a kingpin as far as the dope world goes. So he was selling his drugs all the way across America too.
Wow.
That's wild.
I mean, this jumping the line right now. Okay. So when he came back out and started doing interview and admitting to being in the car, what went through your mind? Because OG's supposed to be moving in silence. OG's supposed not to talk.
Right. Unfortunately, I'm just got subpoenaed to testify in the case next. It's starting August 10th, right?
Okay.
So I got to be careful what I say. I really don't want to talk about that part of it, because I mean I really want to, but I can't. You know what I mean? Because I got to be careful about what I say, because I'm going to testify in the case.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So I apologize. Nothing I could do. I don't want to,
No.
Yeah, no.
No, we don't want you getting in trouble at all. Yeah. So no worries.
Yeah. What's going on? This is Rodney and Melissa Evolving. I'm Rodney.
I'm Melissa.
So we've been giving you guys good content, but the subs have been coming very slow. The goal is to make it to 10,000 subs by the end of the year.
Yes. So please like and subscribe.
Because I'm sure you like this good content. For us to keep doing it, please, it's free. Like, subscribe, and share this content.
Thank you.
All right. Get back to the video.
Is it okay that we talk about like just your interaction though with some of the people?
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Another person that was in the car was DeAndre Smith. Dave, what was his reputation on the street? Like younger.
He was out there doing things. He was basically a shooter. He was a real gangster, and he was really good friends with Orlando Anderson. But DeAndre Smith, we investigated him on a murder. He actually got off on the murder, but that's just being gang cases. They're really hard to prove. But he was the real deal. He sold narcotics, and he wasn't afraid to pull the trigger. That's for sure.
Okay.
I mean, the guys like that, you watch them growing up from being like a baby gangster, like a 15, 16-year-old. Now they're full-fledged grown men, 25, 26 years old. Did you ever like talk to them and be like, hey, you can do better. There's other things to do besides, being a gangster?
Yeah, you know what? Every now and then I would try, but you know what? It's like it was really like talking to the wall. They didn't want to hear it, first of all, and they would go, "What do you want? I'm not getting a job at effing McDonald's. I'm not doing it. I make more money selling drugs than I do doing out there." So it's not that I didn't want to help them or whatever, but it's just like it was. I tried it so many times and then I stopped. Let's put it this way.
Okay.
If somebody wanted help and they asked for some help, of course I'd be right there. But man, in the gangster world, once you join a gang, there's only two ways out, and that's prison or death. And these guys pretty much know that. You know what I mean? So it's like they don't want to hear daddy trying to talk to them. You know what I mean? So I kind of gave up on that aspect of it.
Yeah. So the murder you were talking about regarding DeAndre, was it Albert Webb?
It certainly was.
Okay. And I mean, why didn't he get convicted? Is it because nobody was snitching or talking?
No, we had a witness, but the witness that we had, he's a gang member, I mean, he actually killed this guy in front of 50 people. It was at a gang party, but we were only able to get one person to come forward. It's not funny, but that's just the way it was, right?
Yeah.
And so, when these guys go to court, they don't have much credibility, and the jury didn't believe him. And so he got off. And that happens a lot in our cases, unfortunately. Witness disappear, they leave, they don't want to testify. No one wants to get involved in gang cases. They're very, very difficult to prove unless you get a cop-out from them or you really have a good eyewitness, someone who's not really a gang member that saw what happened. Then you have a better chance of convicting. But
yeah. That makes sense, though. I mean, yeah, I would imagine that that's really hard to get them to be a good witness.
Yeah, because if they go to court, they're considered a snitch. So just to get them in the court is an act of God itself. And then when you get them in there, they have a very bad attitude in front of the jury, and they don't want to be there, and they lie. They're just if you're a prosecutor, you're just like pulling out your hair, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what we have to deal with,
Yeah.
So the other guy in the car, we can't talk about the case, okay, I know that. But how did Terrence get his name Bubble?
I couldn't tell you how T. Brown got his nickname Bubble Up. It's probably something that happened when he was a kid or something like that. But that's what every gang member has a nickname, and it usually has something to do with something happening growing up or their looks or something like that, and they'll nickname him. But I really don't know how he got the name Bubble Up.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a very tough gang name.
No, it doesn't. Exactly.
But Orlando Baby Lane doesn't either. So I don't know. Yeah. We're trying not to ask questions.
I know it's hard. I can only talk about some. I don't mind talking about these guys when they were coming up or anything like that. But hard. And I know it's a big thing for you or whatever. But I only talk so much. So
yeah.
So what interaction do you have with Brown before '96?
Well, again, we used to see him all the time, and just seeing him out in the streets. I never really arrested T. Brown before, but I would see him because he'd always be with the Southside Crips. He'd always be with DeAndre and Orlando and Keefe D and a couple of the other guys. And, they'd hang out on certain streets. And so when you roll up, they'd always be out there. So I had a lot of interactions with him. He admitted to me he was Southside Crips. And I know he got arrested for weapons and drug violations before, but it just wasn't from me or Tim. So.
Yeah.
As someone who juggles 3 lives, I have tried every single Source of Truth app out there. The ones that stick are the ones that help my team go from idea to execution fast. The challenge isn't generating AI ideas anymore, but turning them into something that your team can actually use together. That's what Superhuman Docs from the makers of Grammarly actually fixes. It's not just a doc, it's where your team can write, build, and track seamlessly with AI every step of the way. Everything is always editable, shareable, and ready for your team to jump into. Let me show you. Just open Superhuman Docs directly in your browser, like opening a Google Doc. You also don't need a doc to start from. For my content pipeline on this account, I just give it my brain dump, and it automatically builds out a table to help me move from scattered thoughts to next steps. Docs is the best place for teams and AI to work together. Try Superhuman Docs for free today.
So was there some escalation between the Bloods and the Crips prior to 1996? I mean, had that started kind of getting worse, through the years?
Really, it's if you wore red and you wore blue, you were enemies. Bottom line. Okay. But usually something had to trigger a war or some kind of shootings going back and forth. Something triggered it. Just because you're a Blood and a Crip, you could, if you see each other, you're gonna diss each other, maybe fight or shoot each other, whatever it's gonna be. But to trigger a war, something's got to happen where you got to go in their neighborhood and diss them and do a drive-by or beat somebody up, and they're gonna retaliate. And then it goes back and forth. You know what I mean? But just it's something usually triggers it. It's not just because they're Bloods or Crips.
Yeah. And we've heard, that they would fight among themselves though too, right? Like the different sects would fight themselves. Like the Crips would fight against Crips gang, Bloods would fight against Bloods.
Well, for a long time, it wasn't until like 1993 or 4, where the Bloods started fighting with each other.
Okay.
And the Crips always had fights going on with each other all the time. But the Bloods were outnumbered. And so they had to stick together. And they usually, if they did fight amongst each other, they squashed it real quick because they really had to stick together. But in the 90s, there was a couple of things that triggered full-on wars between some of the Pyru sets in Compton. And that never had happened before. So.
Okay, so before we go, there are questions we want to ask, but we cannot ask. But if you buy this book, you can get the answers.
Well, you can ask him. If I can't answer, I'll let you know. So.
Okay.
You've been lied to about AI. You were told that it would do all the work for your business, make every task simpler, automate everything so you could sit back and relax. But instead, all you got were prompt engineering courses so that you had to learn yet another new skill set that you didn't before, generic AI slop so that now your business sounds and looks like every other business out there, and you got chained to your desk even more than you ever have been in the past. If you saw my last video, you saw that I shared my 7 tricks to make AI even better for your business, but those tricks still require you to be behind the scenes managing every single project that's happening throughout your business. And you can see it from the comments if you look back on video number 1. One of the most frequent comments and complaints about AI today is that it just hands you more homework. It might be great at getting a lot of things actually created, but getting them deployed out into the real world so they help your business still relies on you. And what's even worse is that every other solution or tool or product you buy for your business or invest in still gives you more work to do. Look at all of the courses you might have bought to get better at growing your business. They just give you a whole bunch of new assignments that you didn't have before. Look at the done for you templates. You're left with more blanks to fill in. Look at all the software and tools. It gives you just another thing to learn. And whether it's hiring new agencies or people, you're left with more meetings and approvals to worry about. So over the last 6 months, me and my team at Samcart built something different. We built an AI that doesn't just help you work faster, but that works while you actually relax. Introducing Sam, your new AI marketing team. Sam was built to do one thing: run all of your sales and marketing at your business, bringing in new customers on autopilot for you. And in video number 3 in this series coming on August 25th, we are finally going to open the doors up to a small beta group. To make sure you don't miss it and you save your spot, if you're watching this on Meta, comment the word Sam right down below this video. If you're on YouTube, look at the link right down in the description to save your spot and make sure you don't miss out on the live event. So look, this is the dream for every business owner or entrepreneur out there. The dream is simple: to have a team working for you, executing on proven playbooks that bring in endless streams of new customers for you, so that you can finally enjoy the fruits of the business that you built, or work on the business at a high level instead of being stuck down in the weeds working in your business every single day. Unfortunately, this is the reality that 99% of entrepreneurs and business owners get stuck in and have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And in today's video, this is where I prove that it's possible. I'll show you 2 real-world examples of Sam actually doing this and running the sales and marketing for a business both big and small. The first example I'll walk you through is a business so ordinary you'd never expect AI to even touch it. Example number 2 is me turning Sam loose on my own company and letting it run a $200,000 promo basically by itself. And the craziest part of this whole thing is I never had to write a single AI prompt. Sam actually came to me and recommended that we do all of these projects on its own. Okay, so about that ordinary business that you'd never expect AI to touch, here's one thing that most people don't know about me. My wife runs a dance studio here in our hometown, and for years I was the marketing department. The ads, the pages, the copy, the emails. Every registration season, I would be up at the kitchen table at 11 p.m. running all of these things. And if you're a business owner, that probably sounds familiar, right? You see, at the exact same time, I was trying to scale my own company, Samcart. We're hiring new people, new agencies, freelancers, trying to bring in more bodies to help us run all of the campaigns that we have to run on a day-to-day basis to grow a $300 million business. Plus, I have a wife and 3 kids that, as you can imagine, keep me pretty busy. So overall, my plate is pretty full. So remember in video 1 how I said you are the bottleneck in your own business? The only way that I know that is because I lived that firsthand. I was describing my own life, and in many cases, I become the bottleneck in my own business. The good news is, if you're worried about learning yet another tool, with Sam, there's nothing to actually learn. The way that we built this thing, it already knows how to do everything. Number 1, any type of skill or strategy or campaign that you need to run to get customers, whether it's running ads, doing social media, ranking well on SEO, or anything in between, Sam has proven playbooks built in, so it knows how to do all of these things already. And number 2, Sam already knows how to work inside of all the tools that you're already using on a day-to-day basis to run your business, whether it's Google Analytics, Meta Ads, MailChimp, Instagram, or anything in between. Number 2, if you're worried about being good at prompting AI, which in today's world is almost a necessity, With Sam, you don't actually prompt anything. You can if you want to, but overall, Sam brings things to you and you just approve or deny them. And number 3, if you're worried about AI slop, creating things that your business that either 1, look bad, or 2, look generic like everybody else, everything Sam makes for you and your business is 100% custom to you. You see, when you set up Sam for the first time, all you do is give it your website or social media, and it goes and takes a hard look at your business and uncovers all the tools that you are using. Then with one click, you connect those tools and Sam creates a full profile for your business that is actually mind-blowing to see for the first time. It understands what your business is, what products you sell, what campaigns have worked well or haven't worked in the past, who your target audience is, how you speak to them, and everything in between. This thing is like having a world-class marketer onboarded in about 30 seconds, fully up to speed on your business and exactly how to grow it. And this is the exact process that I ran with my wife's dance studio. I went in, put her website in, it took a look at all the tools that it was using. I clicked one button to connect all these tools together. Sam built the profile and then went to work. And within a few minutes, Sam proposed 3 things that we do for this business. Number 1, rebuild the entire website because it was 10 years old and built by WordPress by me. And I'm not an SEO expert. And for a local business, SEO is king. So it wanted to rebuild the entire thing. Number 2, it wanted to actually overhaul the Facebook ad campaign that I put together. And I know a thing or two about Facebook ads, but I could tell by the recommendations it was making that I had made some mistakes in the Facebook ad account. And number 3, it wanted to start a bi-monthly newsletter, which I knew was a great idea that I just didn't have time to execute on in the past. So I went and approved all 3 of these things. And within a couple weeks, this new website was now ranking on SEO better than I.
Like I said, you know, he was a dangerous guy. We weren't going to turn our back on him, but when we saw him shot out there, to us, it was just another Compton shooting. You know what I mean?
I want to ask this question because I pointed this, we were reading, and I got to this part before he did, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, you know, wait till you get it. But so, okay, Orlando Anderson, is it true, one of the stories that you tell is when he was a teenager and he was getting into the gang, that he was told to shoot you and Tim? Like, you guys, like, he was supposed to come after you guys?
That's true. That's a true story. Wow. It was Orlando, and then it was 2 of his best friend, Michael Duro, and another guy, his nickname was Duck.
Okay.
They were, we used to go to this McDonald's all the time. It was on Long Beach Boulevard, and it was just adjacent to Southside Crips territory and one of the main houses that they all used to hang out. So we went through the drive-thru and we're coming out, and little did we know, all 3 of them that I just mentioned, they were hiding in the bushes, and one of them, who we didn't know which one at the time, started shooting, just letting off a barrage of shots at us, and we could hear him hitting our car, hitting the ground. So we bailed. Me and Tim bailed out of the car, and we ran towards the shots, and we saw him start running away there in an alley, you know. And so by the time we got to the alley, there was a Samoan church, and they're all pointing down the street where we know is a gang hangout, right? So we're putting this out on the radio, and we kind of contain the whole area, and the troops come in, and they take these guys in there. They go in the house, and they take them into custody. And it was actually the guy named Duck. He copped out to being the shooter, and Orlando and Michael Duro were just with him. But the reason that they did it was they said, hey, instead of us jumping you in and beating you up, if you go try to kill Blondie and Ladd, you're automatically in the gang. So they did it, right? And so they end up arresting the one kid, Duck. He did some time for it, but the other 2, they didn't get charged. Well, they got charged, but then nothing happened to them. Yeah.
What's going on? This is Rodney and Melissa Evolving. I'm Rodney.
I'm Melissa.
So we've been giving you guys good content, but the subs have been coming very slow. The goal is to make it to 10,000 subs by the end of the year.
Yes. So please like and subscribe.
Because I'm sure you like this good content. For us to keep doing it, please, it's free. Like, subscribe, and share this content.
Thank you.
All right. Get back to the video. Now, was that the first time anybody ever put a hit on you guys?
Yeah, we never really got a hit ever put out on us because I think just because, like I said before, we got treated unfair. Now, did we get in shootouts and stuff like that? Yeah, that's because we came across people that didn't want to go back to jail. That 1% a guy that says I'm not going to jail no matter what.
Yeah,
and you got to do what you got to do. But the gang, we never had any word our whole career where they wanted to put a hit out on Tim or I. So.
I'm a veterinarian, but I'm also a dog parent. As my senior dog Chloe got older, she faced a handful of age-related conditions. But I realized that everything, her energy, her comfort, her happiness, came back to just one thing: how easily she could move. That's when Antinol Plus became part of her routine. It's clinically proven to work in as little as 30 days and helped support her mobility in a meaningful way. Now with my younger dog, Herbie, he has a ton of energy. So thinking about his joint health proactively means everything to me. Supporting his joints now means helping him stay active and happy for years to come. Come on, Herb. I love you so much. As a veterinarian, I look for evidence. As a dog parent, I care about quality of life. Antinol Plus delivers both. That's the Antinol Plus difference. Antinol Plus, clinically studied joint and mobility support. Visit antinolplus.com and get 50% off your first order.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that.
Wow, love that. You should totally get that. You too.
Because with these prices, you can get them all. Burlington. Deals, brands, wow.
Okay, this is just me. Were you married at the time? Like
Yeah.
What is your wife?
I've been married 47 years. I was married when I had just having my second kid when I got hired.
So
I was 23, a young kid. Now I'm an old guy who can't remember nothing.
What was your poor wife going through when you were in the gang unit and you were doing all this? I mean, like, this is really dangerous work.
Well, to be honest with you, I kind of kept my two worlds separate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't come home and tell her all this. Every now and then I'd tell her stories, and then like with me and Tim and the guys, we on our days off, we'd go out drinking and going out to dinner and stuff. We'd tell some more stories, and they'd listen. But I didn't really bring it home with me, which I thought was a good thing. It was, to be honest with you, my wife read the book and go, "Oh my God, I'm going to kill you." She didn't know half the stuff that we went through, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what went through my head when I was reading it.
Yeah.
I'm like, your poor wife. Like I can't imagine.
So you wouldn't let me be a cop?
Right. No. I mean, yeah, you and
yeah. Can you imagine if I came home every night and told her what's going on?
Oh my God.
She'd be a nervous wreck.
She wouldn't let you out of the house.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah. Yeah. So
okay, so Orlando, we know him after 96, the rest of the world. But you guys knew him. And people that also knew him from Compton, they always say he was with the business. Like they always say he was not to play with as a 25, 24-year-old. Besides the shooting, how much interaction did you have with him?
Oh man, he was always in the mix of something. Like I said, we always had dealings with him. He was the real deal. I mean, prior to the Tupac shooting, we were investigating him on 2 murders that he was involved with. Mm-hmm. One was Albert Webb. One was another one, a guy called Damon Long.
Okay.
But anyway, he was involved in them 2 murders, and then, like you say, after Tupac was killed, he was involved in a triple homicide shootout at the car wash, and that's where he died a year and a half after the Tupac shooting. So he was no one to be messed with. Let's put it that way. He wasn't no punk. He was the real deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is okay. You don't say anything, but this is why I believe he killed Pac, because as for a gang member, respect is everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tupac wasn't a street guy, so he cannot go home and tell the Southside crib Tupac beat him and not do nothing with it. So he had to retaliate somehow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. But don't say anything. Don't say anything.
I'll say this. I could say this, that he did mess with the wrong person. So that's about all I'll say.
Yeah. Are you able to talk about like kind of what happened after the Tupac shooting? Like, I mean, how that affected the streets in Compton?
Yeah, I'm gonna testify probably to that too.
Okay, don't talk about it then.
Yeah. I mean, but I could say that after the shooting, after Tupac was shot, a war broke out in Compton, and we had numerous murders and numerous shootings. And me, as a gang expert, just tells me that all the information that we were getting was true, that the Southside Crips committed the crime, because the mob Piru's not going to come back to Compton, and they're not just going to go after anybody. They're going to go after the people that killed Tupac or Suge, right? So a war broke out. So what does that tell you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, retaliation. So one last thing about Orlando. So on March 29, 98, he got gunned down. So you and Tim were the first few ones to come there. How did it feel to be sitting there watching him die, or like knowing 10 years before he was trying to kill you?
There's something special about coming back home and caring for the community that raised me. But this isn't the same hospital. With new teams and new capabilities, care that used to be hours away is now close to home.
He's the reason that she still gets to be here, the reason that I still get to see her grow up.
I was able to get back to my active life, and I'm so grateful to WVU Medicine for that.
Around here, care has changed, and the difference shows. The future is here.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. Get 4.9% APR plus $3,500 purchase cash on these select Sierra heavy-duty Denali models.
Well, you know, that didn't even enter our mind, to be honest with you.
Okay.
We have so many deals with him. To me and Tim and to everybody else, it was just, hey, we had to do our job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We never had no animosity. Yeah, were we going to turn our back on him? No, but we didn't have any animosity. It happened, and so we didn't have any ill will towards him regarding that. But like I said, you know, he was a dangerous guy. We weren't going to turn our back on him. But when we saw him shot out there, to us, it was just another Compton shooting. You know what I mean? Yeah, we knew who he was and everything, but it was just, hey, we had to go do our job, man. We had a triple homicide to deal with.
Was he already dead when you got there?
No. Actually, we left that scene and went to the other scene. It was our other 2 gang officers, Ray Richardson and Eddie Geary. They're the ones that contacted him while he was in the car, and he made that statement to Officer Ray Richardson. He asked him if he killed Tupac, and he said, "F you." That wasn't us. That was our other 2. We went to the car wash where everything happened. So
it's kind of crazy.
There was 2 crime scenes, because after the shooting they crashed down the street. So you had that crime scene, and then you had the initial one at the car wash where it all happened.
Yeah, like the crazy part is Tupac last word to the officer in Vegas was "fuck you." And Orlando last word was "fuck you."
Crazy.
Well, it's like I said before. That's the common answer. That's why you get as a patrol officer every scene that you go to. Not all of them, but I'd say 90% of them. They say "fuck you." We'll deal with it ourselves. You know what I mean? And you get tired as a patrolman. You get tired of it. Say, "Oh well, if you don't care, I don't care."
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it wasn't until Tim and I, when we start dealing with homicides, we'd have to go to the parents' house and tell them that their kids was killed or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so that kind of changed my perspective too, because these families cared about their kids. Yeah, he was a gang member or whatever, but her mom, their mama and their family, that was their kid, that was their baby kid, So we saw a different side of that, and that made us, wanted to solve the crime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Since 1980, Wonderbook has been rescuing millions of books, movies, and vinyl. From rare first editions to unbeatable bargains, we have over 2 million items looking for a new home. Rescue a story and start your collection today at wonderbook.com.
I wasn't always here, but thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
3 years ago, I didn't have a degree. I liked my job. I just hit a ceiling. I needed the credentials. I never thought college was my thing. Getting a degree backed by the power of Purdue, hey boss.
But going to class from wherever.
Whenever. So nothing is stopping me. Nothing keeping me from my dream job.
This is my comeback. Discover the degree that's right for you at purdueglobal.edu.
So, death will pretty much crumble after Tupac died and Suge get locked up. Were you there when Buntry passed away, or did you know about it?
I knew about it, but the sheriffs had taken us over, so we weren't there when Buntry got killed. So, but we heard about it right away because we still stayed in touch with Reggie Sr. and Tim went to the sheriff's office too. They stayed.
Okay. Because based on what I heard, it seems that after Buntry died, there was a war going on within the blood community and blood gang. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it got ugly for a while because supposedly they killed a Fruittown Piru, executed, and then supposedly they filmed it.
Mm-hmm.
And the word was that Buntry and his little group were watching it, laughing and everything. So that's where the fight started internally between these guys. I don't know if that's ever true or not, but that's what we heard.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, I got another excerpt from your book that I have to ask because I was shocked when I read it. I was like, so there's just like it's like 2 lines in the whole book that says, but did
Suge had a falling out with Death Row's head of security, Reggie Wright Jr. Reggie, in turn, went to work for a rival rap producer. Rumors began to circulate that a hit had been put out on Wright Jr. Reggie Wright Sr., upon hearing this, immediately contacted Suge and warned him that nothing had better happen to his son. Suge assured Wright Sr. that nothing would happen to Wright Jr. Wright Sr. had been like a father to him when he was growing up in the neighborhood, he said.
Did Suge put out a hit on Reggie Wright Jr.? They get mad at him after Reggie Wright Jr. left Death Row, did he get mad at him and put a hit out on him for a second that Reggie Wright Sr. had to take care of?
Yeah.
No, that was I heard that was Southside Crips, not Suge.
Okay.
Okay. Because in the book it says,
Yeah, in the book it said Suge.
Suge had a hit on him, and then Senior had to go to Suge's house
and say
to come,
Okay, I remember that Reggie went to Keefe D's house. I maybe I have to. That's the way I'm recalling that. I don't. I could be wrong. It's like I say, I'm old, but I heard that the Southside Crips were going to go after Reggie Jr. and Reggie went over to the Keefe D's house and start yelling at them all. So I never heard about the Suge putting out a hit on Reggie, but I have to. You have to tell me what page. I got to reread that.
What's going on? This is Rodney and Melissa Evolving. I'm Rodney.
I'm Melissa.
So we've been giving you guys good content, but the subs have been coming very slow. The goal is to make it to 10,000 subs by the end of the year.
Yes. So please like and subscribe.
Because I'm sure you like this good content. For us to keep doing it, please, it's free. Like, subscribe, and share this content.
Thank you.
All right. Get back to the video.
Suge had a falling out with Death Row's head of security, Reggie Wright Jr. Reggie, in turn, went to work for a rival rap producer. Rumors began to circulate that a hit had been put out on Wright Jr. Reggie Wright Sr., upon hearing this, immediately contacted Suge and warned him that nothing had better happen to his son. Suge assured Wright Sr. that nothing would happen to Wright Jr. Wright Sr. had been like a father to him when he was growing up in the neighborhood, he said.
There are places in the world that people were never meant to go.
They took my brother, and I'm gonna find him.
There's something special about you, something magical.
I don't even believe in magic.
And yet, here you are.
Scared of flying? I'm not usually on the outside of the plane. I promised I'd take care of him. Hold on, Mac. I'm coming.
Your patients may now be doing more of their own research, bringing you questions or opinions on their birth control selection. Imagine offering an alternative to combined oral contraceptive pills, whether she cannot take estrogen or just prefers not to. Together, you can find the right fit for her. Let's talk estrogen-free. Slind is a drospirenone-only birth control pill that included women with high BMI in its clinical studies and was representative of the general U.S. population and may be reflective of your patient base. Note that the data were insufficient to analyze Pearl Index by BMI subgroups. The efficacy of Slind was evaluated in a single-arm multi-center
So last time we were talking about Tupac, but we didn't get to a chance to talk about the music video to Live and Die in LA. I know you were part of that, but how did you become part of it?
Right. Well, actually, Tupac gave me a call and asked me if I could get 3 of my friends so we could come and film a video with it. And he told me that it was to live and die in LA.
Cool. So, I mean, everyone that was there seemed to feel like it was more like just kind of a neighborhood family gathering. Is that how you felt about it? And like, how did Tupac like interact with just local residents and the extras in the video?
Well, that's when we went and did the like mall part when we wasn't actually driving in the car. Those were just people that was there in the community that heard that he was doing a video and just pulled up there. And, you know, people that was randomly in the mall actually, they just came there, you know. It just kind of pulled up. Like all of us that was in the car, those were actually my friends, you know. My friends that I called for us to ride around in the car with him. But like when you see him like running through the mall and all those different things, that was just people that was actually there in the mall, you know, at that time.
So I think, yes, the future is here. And for a lot of people, you would think that, well, it's almost here. But we are already offering new services. There will be a lot of things and changing aesthetics outside. And I just want everyone to know that we are still here operating fully. The care we're providing and provide services that are not offered in the surrounding areas, and just bringing care here instead of pushing care out. One of the hardest things for any patient to do is travel. So keeping people local is really improving their quality of care.
Okay, so people has described Tupac as intense when he's walking. The day he was filming that music video, did it seem intense or was it like chill out, relax, having fun with the whole community?
Well, Pac was one of those people that kind of went in and out, you know. One minute he can be chill and cool, and then the next minute he can be very intense, you know. Like the last day of our filming, he was really like intense on that day because he wanted to get back to the studio so he could finish working on his album. So he was like, okay, what y'all need me to do? You know, you know, so he was just like really on the director and the people and telling them, come on, y'all get your shit together and let's do this and let's do that. So, you know, he can be very intense in certain times, you know, in certain things. Because not only did I do To Live and Die in LA video, but before that, when he did his video, Pour Out a Little Liquor, we were supposed to be in that. And I ended up showing up to the video late. And he was like, Michelle, don't show up to a video late. You don't understand. Money is time. Time is money. Time is money. Time is money. You have to be on time. Now, you missed all this stuff that you were supposed to do because you wasn't here on time. Which, you know, us and girls getting it together and doing all the stuff that we was doing before we got there and all that, we ended up coming late. So he just really made me learn that, you know, you can't show up to stuff late, you know, if you're planning on doing something, you know. So he was very intense for stuff like that, you know, very, especially with the timing.
Yeah.
So what was your like favorite memory of that video, like putting that video together?
I'm just driving him around LA, you know, just sitting in the car, just driving him around to all the different stops and just sitting in the car laughing about different stuff and, you know, just enjoying the moment, you know?
Yeah.
So
that was super cool, you know?
So for that song, when you had to recruit those girls to be in a video, did they say yes automatically, or do you have to convince them?
My friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just said, okay.
Okay.
What time you need us? What we got to do, you know?
Cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I made sure that I asked girls that I knew that wouldn't be difficult, you know, with saying, I don't know, I got to do this, I got to do that. So in my head, I picked the people that I knew that would answer right away and wouldn't mind doing it, you know?
And show up on time. Because we learned from the last one, right?
Definitely.
Wow.
Show up on time because after he got me from the pour out a little liquor video, I made sure that I think I might have made it to the set before he did it. So
you probably did.
Yeah.
Good idea.
I learned my lesson from that first time.
Good idea. Yeah.
So from that album, Machiavelli, what's your favorite song out of all the 12 songs?
I love Ambitions of a Rider. I love Hail Mary. I love The Passion with my girl Jewel singing on that. So, you know, that was
We're going to talk about that. We'll talk about that one.
Yeah. So really, I love the whole album, but, you know, those are really my go-tos up there, you know.
Yeah. Cool.
Go-tos.
Yeah.
Cool. But the whole album to me was really a dope project.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But I guess to say one of my all-time favorite songs and my top 3 of Tupac was Shed So Many Tears.
Yes, I love that song. Yeah, Me Against the World album.
That dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that there. Yeah, that's my one.
Cool.
It always that song reminds me of when he was in jail, and one day I was outside and I was watering my grass, and this guy was playing real loud music going by in his car, and that's when they would put the speakers in the back of their car, like he had an El Camino truck, and he had a whole back was filled up with speakers. And it was like, okay, he drove past my house, but it was like he was way down the street, like at a light, but you could just faintly still hear the music playing. And it was like, I shed so many tears, you know. And I was watering the grass, and I remember thinking about Pac, and I was in my yard and I was shedding tears for him, you know, just thinking about him and, you know, where he was at that time and not being able to be home and enjoy his music and what it, you know, the album success that it was actually having at the time.
Yeah.
So that's always been one of my favorite songs by him.
That's dope song. Yeah. Wait, listen, he has a birthday coming up. Happy birthday, Pat. He will have been 55 years old.
Yeah.
On Tuesday.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, his birthday's coming. Yes.
Yeah.
That Gemini, that was a Gemini man for sure.
I heard they're crazy, so I heard they're crazy.
My mom was a Gemini woman, and so was my grandmother. So I was surrounded around Geminis. Jewel was a Gemini also, so it's like I could never escape Gemini. They're everywhere for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I know how to I could handle both of their characters, you know, that pops out in them. So
yeah,
I can handle it.
Yeah.
love that. You should totally get that. You too.
Because with these prices, you can get them all. Burlington. Deals, brands, wow.
My mom was always the person I went to for help. But then, after her Alzheimer's diagnosis, she developed agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. Now it was my time to help her. When she started screaming, hiding things, slamming doors, that's why I asked her doctor what more we could do.
Rexulti is the first FDA-approved medication proven to reduce symptoms of agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar can lead to coma or death, weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur.
I'm glad I asked for help.
Ask your loved one's doctor today. Rexulti. Moments matter. Indication and important safety information for Rexulti, brexpiprazole. Indication. Rexulti is a prescription medicine used to treat agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. Rexulti should not be used as an as-needed treatment.
I just remember seeing him on that last day, and he was at the table, and he had like this little boy eyes look, because he always could get these like, even though his eyes were very intense, he always could get this like sad look also in his eyes, you know.
In 96, September 96, so there was a Mike Tyson fight. So the guys were going to Vegas. There was a bunch of caravan. Were you part of it? And then do you remember how it was? How did you feel about being part of the whole team moving to Vegas?
Well, I didn't ride with them to Vegas. Me and my girlfriends, we drove ourselves down there. And when we got there, we ended up linking up with them there. You know, linking up with them while we were in Vegas, but we didn't ride part of the caravan down there. No. Okay.
So did you personally like witness the altercation between Tupac and Orlando inside the MGM Grand?
Well, this is what happened. We were actually in the MGM Grand and we ran into Tupac. And one thing about Pac, I mean, from the very first time I met Pac, there was not a time that I would see Pac at an event or anywhere that he would see me and I would get to leave from out of his presence. It was always, come on, roll with me, do this with me, you know, this, you know, it was like one of those things like I couldn't leave Pac until it was really time to leave Pac. You know, it was one of those things. It's like he dominated you, it dominated the time and just locked you in. And you know, not just locked you in, but you wanted to be locked in with, you know. So that one time in Vegas when they were all getting, well, they were ready for the fight. We actually went over to a couple of tables with him and stuff while they was gambling and everything. And he was saying what they were going to do, but all of us wasn't dressed. We hadn't got dressed yet. So we had told Pop that we would just meet him after the fight because we hadn't got dressed. We hadn't did anything. So, you know, we wasn't really tripping off about going to the fight because we knew that we had to go get dressed. And I just remember seeing him on that last day and he was at the table and he had like this little boy eyes look because he always could get these like, even though his eyes were very intense, he always could get this like sad look also in his eyes. You know, his eyes could always tell, you could tell in his eyes what mood he was in. If he was sad, if he was happy, if he was excited, you know, you could always tell. And I remember that day of turning around and telling him bye. He was looking like you really leaving me, like you ain't staying and hanging out or whatever. And I remember looking back at him and I was like, we gotta go to the place. And he was like, all right, you know, had that look at us like, all right. you know. And, you know, I gave him a hug, our regular little routine. And really, actually, at that time was my last time seeing Pop.
Yeah. I mean, even
telling him goodbye from that, from the table.
Yeah. Even the last picture he had in the car with Show, when you look at his face, he looks different. He looks sad. You know what I mean? Like he looks.
That's the eyes. That's the exact same look that I saw in him when I said goodbye to him. That was perfect.
Yeah.
That's the look that I'm talking about that he had to me when I told him goodbye at the table, at the casino table.
Yeah.
That look. Was that look.
Yeah, we never know.
Definitely.
Little did she know that's the last time she would ever speak with him.
Yeah.
So,
you know, it was almost that look as if he felt something or something that came over him that he, you know, I don't know. But yeah, it was definitely that look.
Yeah.
I mean, Tupac, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's always in his music and his words. I mean, he knew that his life wasn't meant to be long. Seemed like it anyways, just by, you know, by his word teaching songs.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, go ahead.
Say it over. I didn't hear what she said.
Oh, just, I felt like, you know, Tupac's songs always kind of gave the message that, you know, he expected his life not to be that long.
Do you remember where you were when you heard Tupac was shot? And what went through your mind when you heard that?
Yeah, we were in our hotel room still getting dressed at the time because, like I said, it was at least about 8 to 10 of us. So, you know, everybody was in there getting dressed. And
Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr.
During your time as a gang detective, did you also respond to a lot of gang activity in Compton?
Yes, when I got into the gang in 1988, Compton was a very violent city. We were averaging 70 to 80 homicides a year and hundreds of shootings. So my responsibilities now were to investigate all gang-related crimes, gather intelligence, and photograph and identify gang members. And I also went out on a daily basis to try to contact gang members and talk to them when I arrested them. And also I tried to talk to them out in the field so I could kind of build a rapport with these gang members out there.
Okay, so I mean, you'll have to forgive me, but when I think of a officer or detective rolling through Compton and trying to start up a conversation with a gang member, it seems weird to me that the gang member would want to interact with you at all. Like, how did you develop that rapport?
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years. You just gotta treat them fair, and you have to talk to them like you'd want to be talked to. And we didn't sweat them on the small stuff. We let patrol kind of do that. For instance, if they were out there just drinking some beer or smoking some marijuana or whatever, we'd come up and we'd talk to them and say, man, we're not going to sweat you on that stuff. And so over time, they say, all right, this guy's pretty cool. We'll talk to him.
And then your partner, Tim Brennan, he ultimately was given a nickname Blondie. Is that right?
Yes, DJ Quick wrote an underground song about it, and it was called Blondie. So everybody in the knew my partner as Blondie. He kind of became famous over it.
Can you tell me a little bit about any type of gang training that you've given as somebody who has dealt with Bloods and Crips in Compton specifically?
Yes, it was from 2001 to about 2010 that my partner Tim and I, we taught at many national seminars right here in Vegas and in California also. And this is where thousands of police officers come from all over the country, as well as around the world, to learn about the Crips and Bloods. And so we taught them about that.
You had mentioned that in a city as small as 100,000 people, you would have somewhere between 50 to 60 or more homicides a year, and then additional hundreds of shootings. Can you tell us a little bit about that, about the volume of these types of cases? Were they mostly gang-related shootings and homicides?
Most of them were, yes. And in 1993, I was promoted to gang homicide detective and started handling all the gang homicides too. I did this till the year 2000. And so I spent 12 straight years in the gang unit. And during that time, I handled hundreds of homicide cases and thousands of shootings. And I actually talked to thousands of gang members, and I got to know really the way they talk, the way they think, the way they act, basically their overall mentality about gang life in general.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the difficulties associated with investigating gang cases. As somebody who did hundreds of investigations and homicides and thousands of shootings, did gang cases in particular present investigatory problems?
Absolutely. Gang cases they're the hardest to solve, especially in Compton, because there's a code out in the street where you're not supposed to talk to the police, you're not supposed to go to court, or you get labeled a snitch. And the other problems that we have is that the good citizens that actually see what happened and want to come forward, they're afraid to. They get intimidated by these gangsters. And so it's really hard. We really don't have any witnesses. So we kind of rely on a lot of informants to get our information out there in the streets.
And then you mentioned relying on informants, but is it fair to say that if somebody wants to, if the case needs to be prosecuted or brought to court, somebody can't remain a confidential, reliable informant? They actually have to reveal who they are.
That's true.
And as part of your investigating homicides and shootings, was that a problem to get people to come forward and testify as opposed to giving you information on background?
Yes, it's very difficult because when they come to court, if you can get them to come to court, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to say anything, so they're not cooperating.
And you said being labeled a snitch was something that was frowned upon. In your training and experience, were there any other types of consequences for people who are labeled snitches in Compton, California, in gang life?
Absolutely. These guys take the code very seriously, and if you get labeled a snitch, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a gang member. You're probably going to have to leave the state if you want to get, if you don't want to get severely beaten down all the way up to getting murdered. So they take it very seriously.
Now, I'm going to ask you now about gang in particular. I'm going to ask you about the Southside Compton Crips. During your time in Compton, California, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, the Southside Crips, they're located in the southeast portion of our city, and they're one of our larger gangs. It's probably a half mile in every direction. There was an excess of 100 documented active gang members at the time, and they identified themselves by wearing the color blue. So when you contacted a Southside Crip member, he's going to have something blue on, a blue shoestrings, a blue rag, anything blue identifies him with being a Crip gang member. And also the Southside Crip members adopted the Seattle Mariners baseball cap. It's a blue cap, it had an S on it, and to them the S stood for Southside Crips.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the mid-90s, 1995, 1996. Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Dwayne Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware, was he somebody that was a high-ranking person in that gang or a low-ranking person in that gang?
Well, as high as you can get, yeah.
Now, what are the different levels of gangsters in Southside, or just general gangs? Are there different levels?
Yes, there's definitely a hierarchy within the black gangs in Compton. There's really 3 phases that these guys go through. The first phase is the BG, or baby gangster phase. And this is the time when they're just joining a gang. And usually, most of the time, not all the time, they get jumped in. And by getting jumped in, you have to show how tough you are. So it's probably lasts about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, where 5, 6, 7 gang members are going to try to beat this guy up. And he's got to fight with them to show how tough he is. And if he passes, he gets to join the gang. And these are the ages between 12, 13 to 15 and 16. And this is the beginning stages. So they're out there doing low-level crime, such as graffiti, selling drugs for the older gang members, and being on lookouts.
And then is there a level above that?
Yeah, the next level we call the gangster phase, and that's from the ages from 15 to 16 to about 25 or 26. Now, this is a stage where these guys do the most violence. They're the ones out there that are committing the drive-by shootings and murders and robberies and carjacking. What they're trying to do is they're trying to earn their stripes for the gang so they can get kind of respect within the gang. So this is the most violent time for these gangsters.
And then is there another level in the hierarchy?
Yes, the last level is ages 25 to 26 on up. And these are the guys that, a lot of them went to prison during their gangster phase, and a lot of them are getting older now, and they put in the work. They call it earning their stripes within the gang. They're getting their respect. Now they're the older gangsters. And these guys become the leaders or shot callers of the gang. And they tell the younger officers what to do. And again, they take this very seriously. If the old OGs tell younger gangsters what to do, they do it without hesitation. If they don't, there's going to be severe consequences. I've seen all the way from severe beatdowns all the way up to murder.
Right. Now, in that hierarchy, so we have baby gangsters, just what was the middle one called? Just gangsters?
Just
gangsters, and then like OGs. Did you happen to know in the mid-90s where Dwayne Davis stood in that hierarchy?
Yes, he was a shot caller.
You know what I mean, approach?
You bet.
All right, so you're saying that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Compton Crips.
Absolutely, yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, he could tell the younger gangsters what to do, and if they don't listen, like I just said, there's going to be severe consequences. The younger gang members are supposed to do what they're told without hesitation.
Now, were you aware of whether or not Mr. Davis was a narcotics trafficker?
Yes, he was definitely a high-level narcotics dealer. Compton, we were a small city, and we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go after a major narcotics dealer like Mr. Davis. But during my time in the gang unit, we were approached by 2 different agencies, the FBI task force, really, the DEA and FBI task force, and they would come to us because they wanted information on Mr. Davis's fellow gang members who he hung around with. And basically they would tell us that he's trafficking narcotics across the United States all the way to the East Coast.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Mr. Davis. Would you see him sometimes in Compton?
Yes, many, many times I've seen Mr. Davis.
And can you, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yeah, he's male black sitting at the end of the table wearing it's either gray or black suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant in this case?
It will.
All right, and how would Mr. Davis dress in normal like gangster attire, like you were talking about before, or would he dress differently?
No, in his later years after he became the leader, whenever I'd see him, he'd be nicely dressed, have the brim hat on, and he wouldn't have anything gangster-like on. He was always well dressed.
I'm going to ask you now about somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you familiar with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was very familiar with Mr. Anderson. I had many, many contacts with him.
Okay, and can you tell us how you first became aware of Mr. Anderson's involvement in gang activity, if such activity existed?
Yes, I guess you could say I was there for his initiation into the gang. My partner, Tim Brennan, and I, we were at a fast food restaurant getting something to eat. We're in the drive-thru. And this particular restaurant was right adjacent to the Southside Crip territory. And there's an alley that runs just adjacent to it. So as we got our food, and we were driving out of the fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden we heard a barrage of shots. We can hear them hitting our car. Then heard about 5 or 6 shots, right? So after the shots stopped, we looked at each other, jumped out of the car, made sure we were all right, and we ran to where the shots were coming from. And witnesses were pointing down the street, and I saw 3 male blacks running down towards a known gang hangout. So these guys ran in there. We called the troops. We subsequently arrested Orlando Anderson and 2 other people, and during their interviews they said that was part of their initiation. They didn't have to be jumped in if they tried to kill me and my partner. So they were automatically in the gang, and Orlando Anderson wasn't the shooter during this incident.
Was not.
Was not.
Yeah. Now, were you familiar? Well, did Orlando Anderson, to your knowledge, have any relation to Dwayne Davis?
Yes, we found out that it was Orlando Anderson was Keee's nephew. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And Keee is what Mr. Davis went by.
Yeah, Keee D.
Yeah, Keee D. Is that kind of how you're used to referring to
yeah,
Mr. Davis?
I kind of know by their nicknames, really.
Okay. And then, were you also familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Bubble Up Brown?
Yes, had many contacts with Mr. Brown. He was kind of a older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
And I guess in the mid 90s, what phase or what level would you say Orlando Anderson was?
Definitely gangster phase.
And then did he go by any nicknames that you're aware of, Orlando Anderson?
Yes, Baby Lane.
And then were you familiar with somebody by the name of DeAndre Smith?
Yes, DeAndre Smith, many contacts with him. Again, admitted to me, he's a Southside Crip member. His nickname was Big Dre.
Why was he called Big Dre?
Because he was a big man. He was like 6'4", probably 300 pounds. He was a big guy.
Were you also familiar with a gang called Mob Piru?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Mob Piru?
Yes, they're a gang in the city of Compton, and they're located in the northeast portion of our city. Their gang used to be called the Looters Park Piru. That was their territory. In about 1975 or 76, a group of kids over there wanted to start their own gang and have their own territory, so they started at Mob Piru, which stands for Members of Bloods. Now, their area is probably a quarter mile in each direction, and there's probably 45 to 50 active gang members in this gang also, and they identified themselves by wearing the color red. So, and just like the Crips wore anything blue, the Pirus or Bloods wear everything red.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the flare up between Mob Piru and Southside Crips. But even before any of the music or any of the particular 1990s issues that we're here to discuss, would it be fair to say that Mob Piru and Southside Crips were natural rivals?
Yes, the Bloods and Crips never got along since they originated way back in the early 70s. They're kind of like just natural enemies because one wears red and one wears blue.
Were you familiar with whether or not Mob Piru associated with any particular record label in the mid-90s?
Yes, Death Row Records.
And were you, do you know who ran Death Row Records at the time?
Yes, Suge Knight.
And were you familiar with Suge Knight prior to his ascension in Death Row Records?
Yeah, we had contact with him before, but not many because he really wasn't a gang member. He didn't really hang out, but he grew up in that neighborhood.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people that you would associate with the Mob Piru. Earlier, I think now it's last week, we met with somebody named James McDonald. Are you familiar with James McDonald?
Yes, very.
Do you recall what his nickname was?
Yes, Mob James.
Now, would you go to the McDonald house in Mob Piru territory?
Yes, Mob James's house was kind of like the main hangout for the Mob Piru, Looters Park Piru. He had two younger brothers, Buntry and Timmy Rue. So this was the main hangout for the Mob Pirus, and we would go there. If you wanted to find a Mob Piru, that's the first place you'd look. So we had many run-ins at this Mob James house.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 60? Do you recognize the person depicted in States Exhibit 60?
Yes, that's Trayvon Lane. His nickname's Trey, and he's a member of the Mob Piru.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Roger Williams?
Yes, I am. His nickname is Neckbone, and he's also a member of the Mob Piru.
No, actually, I think I skipped something with Trayvon Lane. You had talked about the 3 levels of being a gangster. What level would you say Trayvon Lane was in the mid-90s?
Gangster.
Okay, so like the middle, most violent level.
Yes.
And then with in the mid-90s, what level was Roger Williams?
Definitely gangster.
In the mid-90s, what level was Mob James McDonald?
I would consider him an OG.
And then in, you'd mentioned Buntry. Is that Alton McDonald?
Yes, it is.
And in the mid-90s, what level would you describe him?
Gangster.
And then are you, now in that neighborhood, same neighborhood, there was a person that lived there or grew up there named Reggie Wright Jr. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Very, yes.
And when you say very, how are you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Well, he used to work at the Compton Police Department. He was a jailer, and then he went to be a full-time police officer, I think, in around 1988. He was only there for like 5 years because he got injured and had to retire.
Now, I'm going to ask you something, I guess, culturally about gang life. How important is one's reputation in the gang world?
Very. It's these guys live for respect. That's how they live their lives.
And then if somebody felt as though they were disrespected, what would you expect them to do?
They have to retaliate. If the gang member is disrespected, they have to retaliate or they're considered a punk out in the streets. And if you get considered a punk out in the streets, you kind of lose your respect and credibility.
And what's the consequence of losing your respect and credibility in the streets?
Well, I mean, no, you're going to be nothing in that game, really.
And then we talked about the hundreds of murders that you've investigated and the thousands of shootings you've investigated. Was retaliation, in your experience, ever a motive for those shootings or murders?
Yes. I've investigated like 1,000 crimes, and I would say 90% of them are because of disrespect. And so when you get disrespected as a gang member, you can expect some sort of retaliation.
Now, you had heard gathering intelligence about this Lakewood Mall incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't there, were you?
No.
And just so we're all clear, Lakewood Mall, is that in Compton?
No, it's several miles out of Compton.
And so that wouldn't be something for you to investigate?
No.
But as a gang expert and a gang investigator, what to you is the significance of somebody trying to rip off a gang member's chain?
Well, it's definitely disrespect, especially the chain that they were trying to take at the Lakewood Mall. It was a highly prized medallion, and these guys wore it like a badge of honor. So them try to steal this chain and beat up this subject, it would be a major display of disrespect. So now this guy's got to go back to the Mob Piru and Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is going to happen.
And you had said that we're talking about the chain, we're talking about that Death Row chain. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that they were wearing it with great pride. By they, who are you talking about?
The entourage of Suge Knight, that's Trayvon Lane. Well, back in '95, Suge Knight gave these out as Christmas presents to his entourage, like just, Trayvon, Neckbone, Buntree. They gave one to Reggie Wright Jr. So not too many people had him at this time. So it was a prized possession to these guys.
Now, I'm going to take you forward to September 7th of 1996. You become aware of a shooting that occurs out here in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become aware of the shooting that occurred here on September 7th, 1996?
Well, I was at home and I get a call from my boss, who's Reggie Wright Sr. And he tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition, and get ready because it's coming back to Compton. He told me that they thought the Southside Crips were responsible for the shooting.
And so when he's telling you this, do you now have to have a response to this, or why is he telling you specifically to get ready?
Because when you disrespect and shoot the biggest rap mogul on the planet and the biggest rap star on the planet, and he surrounds himself with the Mob Piru, then there's going to be some sort of retaliation. And all these guys were from Compton. So when they got back to Compton, we expected a war.
And was there a war?
There definitely was a war.
Can you tell us about that? So in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting, did you notice an uptick in violence in Compton?
Yes, 2 days after Tupac was shot was our first shooting. One of the OGs was at a store on Alondra Boulevard in Compton, and he was shot in the back several times, and a 10-year-old little girl got caught in a crossfire, and she was hit, and she was in critical condition. And the guy that was shot was a Southside Crip member, and again, he was the shot caller for the Southside Crips. His name was Darnell Brim.
Okay, and we've heard Darnell Brim's name before here, but was Darnell Brim part of the same subgroup of the Southside Crips as Dwayne Davis?
No, he was a Southside Crip gang member like they all were, but there was two factions of it. There was a group called the Burrs Crew, which Mr. Davis ran, and then there was a Glencoe crew that Darnell Brim ran.
And is it fair to say that at some point there was a conflict between the two groups that caused the factionalization?
Yes, they used to be one big happy family, but there was a disagreement over drugs, or some drugs were stolen from one of the Burrs Crew members, and that's when they split apart. They start fighting with each other, and they split apart into two different factions.
Now, in your understanding of gang culture, would Mob Piru, if they're seeking retaliation, would they be discerning about which crew or which part of the Southside Compton Crips they were shooting at, or would it just be you find a Southside Crip and then you start shooting?
Yeah, they don't care. When they go hunting for somebody, they don't care which faction he's from. If he's a Southside Crip member, or they're going to go after him.
Now, certainly that wasn't the only shooting that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had 3 murders and 10 attempted murder drive-by shootings that happened within a 10-day period in Compton.
And is that when, and were those shootings going back and forth related to Mob Piru and Southside Crips?
Yes.
So, I mean, you had mentioned earlier, there's 53 or 50 plus gangs in this 10 square mile radius. But during this particular heightened sense of violence, what was happening was the shooting back and forth between Mob Piru and Southside Crips.
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim, to me there was no doubt in my mind that the Southside Crips were responsible, because the Mob Piru had to retaliate, and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the Southside Crips. So there's no doubt in my mind who's responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October, do you and your partner Tim Brennan put together a multi-house search warrant?
That is correct.
What was the purpose of this search warrant?
Well, we had 2 purposes, really. One, there was a war in the city of Compton, and innocent people were getting shot as well as gang members. And so we wanted to put a stop to that. So by hitting houses on both sides, both the Pirus and the Crips, and we wanted to quell the violence and try to stop it. The other reason was we wanted to try to help Las Vegas PD with their investigation of the shooting of Tupac and Suge.
And when you said you wanted to help the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in their investigation of who shot Tupac and Suge, can you elaborate more on how you believe this search warrant might help Metro in its investigation?
Yes, the way we handle gang-related homicides is when we did the search warrant, we'd find a reason, hopefully, to arrest them. We'd find guns or narcotics in their house, and then we'd bring them down to the station. So you would have all the players that were involved, like that we were heard about, that was involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So we rounded them all up, and hopefully Las Vegas PD would come down and try to interview them, try to get one of them to cop out, or to try to put them in Las Vegas, whatever they want to do on their investigation of the murder. We rounded up all the people for them. So that's how we help them.
So the search warrant served 2 purposes. You have an active war going on, and you're trying to slow the violence in Compton, but you're also thinking, well, maybe we can get some of the folks who we think might be involved in the Tupac shooting to start talking as well.
Correct.
Did Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department send detectives out here for that purpose, or out there for that purpose?
Yes, they sent 2 detectives.
Now, with regards to the search warrant itself, were a number of firearms recovered as well?
Yes.
And was part of the goal that maybe not only just take this guns off the street for the Compton war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well?
That's correct also.
It's fair to say that that did not happen.
That's correct.
You know, I'm actually going to approach with state's proposed exhibit number 161.
You may.
I'm showing you what's proposed state's exhibit number 161.
I gotta get my glasses on.
No problem.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's in what state's proposed exhibit 161 is?
Yes, it's a search warrant.
And can you open it up and look through it? Do you recognize the search warrant?
Yes, I do. It was a search warrant that we prepared, well, Tim wrote after the Tupac shooting.
And was it? Did you assist him in the investigation that led up to the search warrant?
Yes,
And did you assist him in giving him the information in order to get the probable cause?
definitely, yes.
And then did you also assist in executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Now, state's going to move state's proposed exhibit 161 to evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Smith?
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, there's been some allegation that the Compton Police Department was only focused on the Southside Crips when it came to trying to stop this war and stop this violence. Is it fair to say that among the houses that were searched included a large number of Mob Piru houses along with Southside Crips houses?
Yes, definitely. We hit many houses on both sides.
And is it fair to say that is a total of 38 residences that were looked into?
Yes.
And to include members of Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Now, wish to approach, Your Honor?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 162 and 163. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
What are they?
These are evidence that we collected at the scene.
Okay. And without going into the addresses, is it fair to say that these were evidence that were collected from Dwayne Davis's house and Dwayne Davis's family's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to move State's Exhibits 162 and 163 as evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, I'm going to first turn your attention to State's Exhibit 162.
Yeah, you just want me to avoid the address number. We have to avoid the address. Maybe take it off. Jessica, maybe take it off me while it comes up so we can avoid the address itself. What page do you want?
The fourth page, please. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you do the second page first?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first address we're going to talk about here. And again, we're not going to go into what the actual address is, but do you recognize the people that are listed that were located at the address?
Yes.
And fair to say they were members of Mr. Davis's family?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the next page. And under on line number 5, do you see what's listed there as the receipt?
Yes.
And line number 5 is one hotel's receipt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then line number 6 is one Compton Municipal Court subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 163. If we can take it off us for a second.
Only thing, give me half a second here. Sorry, can we approach? I think you just have to show it to Mr. Paul. I don't think we can put it up.
Okay.
This is what it says.
So I'm showing you page 3 of States Exhibit 163. Can you tell us what this document actually is?
Yeah, it's a receipt for property taken.
And then it actually mentions who is taking some of the property here, doesn't it?
Yes.
And who's that?
Myself.
And then one is a letter from the Excalibur Casino, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the other is an envelope addressed to Orlando Anderson, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the third is miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And all of these 3 items were collected by you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So from Mr. Davis's home, and well, we'll start with 163. We have from Mr. Anderson's home, we have a receipt from the Excalibur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then and is part of the reason why you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur?
Yes, we thought it might. And that it showed Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas. At the time of the shooting.
I guess this one's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to approach. I'm going to show you states 160. And we're not going to talk about the addresses specifically, but the 2 addresses attributed to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Davis. One is at the top, and then one is at the bottom with a red dot. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that they are very close to each other.
Yes.
I'm going to move 160 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
So Mr. Anderson, was he one of the people that was caught up during the search warrants, this 38 house search warrant?
Yes.
And was Mr. Davis around during the 38 house search warrant?
No, we couldn't locate him.
So you were able to locate Mr. Anderson, but Mr. Davis was just not around.
Correct.
And you don't know why or how that is.
That's correct.
But with regards to Mr. Anderson, it's fair to say Mr. Anderson at that point is a person of interest, at least, in the shooting of Mr. Shakur.
Definitely, yes.
And then at that point, do you make him available for questioning with Detective Becker from LVMPD?
Yes.
And does Mr. Becker make an attempt to question Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And did any useful or relevant information come out during the course of that questioning?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, let's fast forward a little bit. During, you were aware that 6 months later, Christopher Wallace, also known as the Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, he was killed in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that in the Compton area?
No.
So were you responsible for the investigation into Christopher Wallace?
No.
But did you end up assisting the LAPD in trying to execute search warrants in an attempt to gather information on the murder of Christopher Wallace.
Yes.
Why were you the person, or you and Mr. Brennan the person that LAPD would ask for assistance?
Because we knew who all the players were, and we told them at the time that they had a little internal feud going with each other, and we were getting ready to do search warrants on them.
So you were getting ready to, they were having an internal feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the 1996 search warrant served?
Yes.
So like in 1996, you have a war between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, and you're also trying to see if you can get any information related to the Tupac Shakur murder. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah.
And then in 1997, you had mentioned that there was an internal feud that had gotten violent. Is it fair to say that the Burris Street crew and the Glen Cove Street crew on the Southside Compton Crips, that they had started engaged in their own violent feud?
Yes, definitely.
And as a result, and at that same time, there was some question as to whether or not members of the Southside Crips may be involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace.
Correct.
And so, were those two goals, or those two functions, part of the reason or the basis for executing the search warrants?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes. This is a search warrant we did on.
And we're not going to talk about addresses by agreement, but it's a search you did on a different house from the houses that you did in 1996. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a different residence that was associated with Mr. Davis. Is that fair?
Yes.
Of course, about this genre, we're just pulling that up.
Sure.
Just speaking, so allow me.
And Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind zooming in a little bit?
Yeah, I figure out how to make the Zoom work on this. That didn't work. Let's see if the Zoom tool's not working.
Well, Mr. Ladd, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to be up there, but I want to show you page 4 of 136. It's still up there on the screen as well. On page 4, we have another receipt of property taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And on line 4, what do we have?
A money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Now, in relation to this search warrant as well as the other search warrant, really you can only take property that would be related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So like if I couldn't take just any random property just because I have a search warrant, can I?
No.
You have to take things that are related to the actual search warrant.
Correct.
Now, I am going to ask you, did you spend, you said you had worked at Compton till about, actually, let me rephrase. How long did you work at the city of Compton for?
From 1983 to 2001. I'm sorry, 2000.
Okay. Is it fair to say that at some point the Compton Police Department got swallowed up by the LA Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And did you stay with, did you sign on to the LA Sheriff's Office after that?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many of the Compton police officers stayed with the LA Sheriff's Office? Okay.
If you weren't
Okay,
finished,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other. And do you recall how many of the Compton police officers were hired on by the LA Sheriff's Office when LA Sheriff's Office took over Compton Police Department?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think there was like 103 of us, and I think all but 2 were hired by the Sheriff's Department.
Now you ultimately left the LA Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then where did you go to work after that?
I went over to the agency Keee in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
You could say that, yes. It's still a busy city, but wasn't nothing like Compton.
And then during that time period is when you started giving talks with Detective Brennan regarding your experience working blood and crip gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Detective Brennan is no longer with us?
Yes, he passed away of cancer several years ago.
Oh, yeah. Now, I'd forgotten about one of the murders I wanted to talk, or one of the shootings I wanted to talk to you about during the war that escalated immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So I'm going back a little bit, and I apologize for that.
Okay.
One of the people that was shot was a man by the name of Bobby Finch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bobby Finch was actually killed on September 11th. Is that fair?
Yes.
Where did Bobby Finch live in relation to Corey Edwards?
Next door.
Was Bobby Finch a gang member?
No.
Was Corey Edwards a gang member?
Yes.
And what gang did he belong to?
Southside Crips.
And do Bobby Finch and Corey Edwards look alike?
Yes, they did.
Seal pass witness.
Does anyone need to use the restroom before we get into cross? Seeing no hands, Mr. Sampson. Oh. Talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at, let's say, 2:15. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess. Back on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury in?
Top of the state. No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring him in. Randy. Not ready yet.
I guess we should stand since they're coming in.
Stand for the jury.
Did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, we're on cross. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Stamp, you may proceed.
Mr. Ladd, welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Now, during your time in Compton, seems like it was a pretty colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
There's a movie called, I think, End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Have you ever watched any movies at all from that time period? Like, say, I don't know what was out there. Any of the LAPD movies during that time period? Have you ever watched any of those?
You have to be more specific.
I know.
Sorry.
And I'm trying to figure out there's another one out there besides End of Watch. But you share basically your experience working as a Compton police officer to the time you started working as a detective for gangs in a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition to Timothy Brennan, your partner.
Yes.
Now, in the book, I've read the book, and when you guys are working together as a team, it's Tim and Bob, right? In the book, you guys, Tim and Bob, we did this. Tim and Bob, we did that, right?
Yes.
Now, the book itself, as you created the book, fair to say that that was a book that I would think that you would be proud of, the work that you put into the book.
Yes.
And in terms of the book itself, you could sit here basically as you're talking with us and this jury today, that the book is accurate in terms of what you recall during that time period, right?
Yes.
And you would have taken great pains to make sure that that book was accurate before it was published.
Yes.
For instance, if you read something in the book that wasn't accurate and it wasn't published yet, you would make a note to either tell Tim or this other lady, I think her name is Lolita, that, hey, this isn't quite right. I don't remember that. And there would be some discussion, maybe changing or something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for you to write the book, and I think you published this book in 2017.
Correct.
That was, and you started working for Compton in what year?
1983.
So, and you start off in the book from 1983 on in terms of your experience working as a police officer in Compton, as well as Tim's experience working as a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Did you, I would imagine you would have used notes and that kind of thing to help refresh your recollection and help remind you of certain events, certain cases, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, because in the book, for instance, there's a lot of different people you run into. There's a lot of different scenarios you run into as well, right?
Yes. Most of it was based off our memories, but
yeah,
like for the search warrant or whatever, we could go back to search warrant and look at that to refresh our memories. Right. Most of the stories are just from my memory.
Yeah, and fair to say, of course, it's also Tim's memory as well. So something that you would remember, he would remember, and vice versa. And you go, oh yeah, I remember this now, and you would say, oh yeah, I remember that now, right?
Yes.
So part of the book, in essence, really is a it's a team build between you and Tim and Lolita writing the book for you.
It's a collaboration.
Collaboration. Okay. Now, did you write any of the book yourself?
Basically, we got Lolita Files to write the book, and we told the story to her.
Right, and so
she actually wrote it, but it's our story.
Right, and Lolita, meaning that this was an experienced writer that you recall, right, before she wrote the book.
Absolutely.
And when she wrote the book, can you tell us a little bit about Lolita, who she was as a writer?
Yeah, she had several books that were published prior to that, and she was very up on the hip hop scene. So when we got together, and we kind of just clicked, and we collaborated to write the book.
And in terms of her background and so forth, did she go to school for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. And was she working as a journalist or a writer prior to you meeting her to write this book?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here, and pictures of you with darker hair and less of a goatee and more of a, looks like actually one without a picture of no facial expression whatsoever. It's a picture of you as a young police officer. Now, the purpose for these pictures in your book is really to help establish some of the things that were happening during that time period, so the reader could see visually what was going on, right?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, in the book, you had put as well, and the book, the picture, the picture that I was looking at is this picture right here. Do you recall this picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and once again, it's just to show your experience while you were being a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, though, you do put in the back of your book some documents that were documents that you used in furtherance of your job as a detective at some point, right?
I don't really understand that question.
Meaning, for instance, in the back of your book, you do put in here a map of the Compton area gangs, for instance.
Yes.
You also put in here, and the Compton area gangs for the jury, we're talking just to highlight how compact of an area the city of Compton was and how many different areas was claimed by different types of gangs. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. In addition to that, you also have included in here the affidavit, the search warrant that we just talked about before, right? This 40 area search warrant.
Yes.
You put that in the book as well.
Yes.
And just for the jury's edification here, for instance, none of the information in here is redacted, meaning it's not taken out by a black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in addition here to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available for anyone who wanted to buy and read it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, did you have a publisher on this?
At the beginning, we did, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean at the beginning?
Well, it was a publishing company, and we kind of had a little conflict with them, so we decided to leave them and self-publish.
I see. And so with Lolita's help, once the book was finalized and you and Tim both felt good about the finished product with Lolita, then you just published it yourself.
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, you just go to Amazon Books, and it kind of just runs you through it. It's kind of a complex system that you have to do certain things. I mean, I didn't really do it, so I can't really tell you the exact steps because I'm not very good on the computer. I know how to turn them off, and I know how to turn them on.
But let me ask you this in terms of what was happening with Amazon. Once you submitted it to Amazon, Amazon becomes a platform that sells the book.
Yes.
And so if someone's interested in the book, they just look it up and they click and they buy the book.
Correct.
Now, at some point, though, as they're buying the book, you receive a record as to how many people have purchased the book, right?
Yes.
And how much money you and Tim and Lolita would potentially be making for the sale of each book.
Correct.
Now, in this case, for instance, with the sale of each book, I would imagine Amazon would have taken a pretty big chunk of the proceeds from the sale of each book.
Yes. You don't make much money.
Yeah. And so even though you're selling, and with regards to Once Upon a Time in Compton, can you tell us how many of these books that you sold?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming at some point you did receive a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But not something that you could retire on.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. And in terms of your books, do you remember how much they cost, how much you were selling them for?
I thought it was $15.99, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay. All right. Now, one of the things that's in your book as well is you had, there was a part of the book where you had identified a MGM Grand ticket to the Tyson Seldon fight. You recall that particular image in your book?
I think it was, yeah, we recovered that out of Suge Knight's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with regard to that, if I show you, let me just do this quick here. If I could approach and ask the clerk to mark this as proposed exhibit next in order.
Okay. What is the next order, Jess? D.
DD.
She'll put it on there. Is it B? B?
DD.
Okay, got it. It'll be a minute.
Thank you.
Oh, was there any objection? I apologize.
See it first.
Oh.
No objection.
So admitted.
There, put you on.
You may.
Do you recall this particular image in your book? So showing you what's been marked as BB.
Yeah, it looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that was a ticket stub, it looks like, to the Seldon Tyson fight
Yes.
On September 7th, 1996.
Yes.
And that ticket stub was located in Suge Knight's house.
Yes.
Motion for the jury here so they can see. Do you recall when Suge Knight's house was searched?
The day that I think it was October 2nd, the day we served all 38 search warrants.
I see. And so his house was one of the houses that you were searching to basically try to quell any potential violence in Compton as well as gather information.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this particular ticket, though, because it was captured, there was an understanding between all the police officers conducting all the searches at the same time that you were looking for information leading to the murder of Tupac that had occurred in September.
Yes.
So with regard to this ticket, for instance, because it was the Seldon Tyson fight on the night of Tupac's murder, this ticket was obtained by you or kept in evidence as part of your investigation.
It wasn't part of our investigation, no. It was for Las Vegas PD.
Right. So let's get a little bit into that. So, and I want to make sure that the jury understands. So in terms of the actual murder investigation itself, that was the jurisdiction of Las Vegas Metro.
Yes.
And so, which I guess is difficult here, right? Because potentially everyone that's a potential suspect in the Las Vegas murder potentially would have been residing in Compton, right?
Not necessarily, but most of them did.
And so on this particular day, when you're out executing the search warrant with all the different locations, you had invited the detectives that were assigned to the Metro homicide investigation here to come out to Compton to be present so that they can interview people if they wanted to.
Correct.
All right. And so this particular piece of information would have been something that they would have been interested in, I would assume.
Yes.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about what was also found, and you had indicated that there were some receipts, some hotel receipts that were located. Where did I put that? Oh. I think the state had already presented this to the jury. What was the last exhibit you guys put up for that?
It's 161 and 162. It's just, that's the entire return for all locations.
Yeah.
The two are up there.
Sir, what you were showing earlier in terms of the affidavits in this case, thank you. Fair to say that the size of the affidavits that were shown to you, and once again, this is for the state, or for the jury's edification, State's Exhibit 161. This particular affidavit was actually a lot bigger, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, meaning, for instance, that you were targeting some 38 houses, which means that each house had its own paperwork attached to it, which would have made this document a lot bigger than what this document is right now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And then with regards to the document, we're targeting or focusing on the first item here. Looks like was a, let's see here. In State's Exhibit number 162, there was a reference here to a hotel receipt, right?
Yes.
Now, the property report here that we're looking at on 162, which I will show, this is the property report that we referred to earlier, right?
Yes.
And the hotel receipt that's on there is one of the items that was taken from this particular property, right?
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
No.
So unlike for instance, the Suge Knight ticket indicating that there was a fight and so forth in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996, this indicates that there was something taken, and that would have been that hotel's receipt, but you don't have it here.
Correct.
Do you have it? Do you know where its location is at all?
No.
Now, in addition to that, you also, in one of the other homes, had indicated that there was a letter from the Excalibur Casino. And so forth. I'm going to show you this document here. This is State's Exhibit 163. And just for the jury's edification here. So it looks like here on number 1, this would have been the receipt of property taken, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it here, number 1 would show a letter from Excalibur Casino addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the date of this particular document?
It would have to be the same day of the search warrant.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the letter itself.
Oh, no.
Okay. And do you have a copy of that letter?
I do not know.
All right. Do you know where that letter is?
No.
All right. The next part here looks like there's an envelope addressed to, once again, Orlando Anderson. And with regards to this particular document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it's booked into property. So.
Right. And that's the same thing with number 3 on miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
None of these documents are addressed directly to Mr. Dwayne Davis, fair?
Yes.
And once again, when you are searching and finding something like, for instance, the Suge Knight ticket, that document is carefully taken from the scene and put into evidence in a way that would preserve the chain of custody of something like the ticket.
Correct.
Now, in this case, when you searched either of the 2 residences in this case, did you find any indication at all? Any MGM grand ticket of being on the second row of the fight? Anything at all that would indicate that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the second search warrant. And the second search warrant is this one here, State's Exhibit 136. Okay. Now, when a search warrant is executed in California, at the time it's executed, is it confidential or sealed?
Sometimes, yes.
In this particular case, with this particular search warrant, was this search warrant sealed?
Yes.
And was it sealed up until the time that the search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon search warrants that are sealed, that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at.
Yes.
And it would be unsealed at that point.
Yes.
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
Correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997. On this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of that document, right?
Yes.
Meaning that, once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
Correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No.
All right. And once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? Quite a few months after the September 7th, 1996 shooting.
Correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Denise Smalls. Remember that line of questioning from the state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, if you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
In addition to that, though, you would have identified it and you would have called Metro and say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair? Fair. Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here. And I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes.
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that, big guy?
About 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports or anything as far as you know?
I think he did. I'm not positive.
Okay.
What sport?
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like, his size as well?
Yeah, he's approximately a little shorter than you, and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy. I'm sorry?
I don't know about that, but
so it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
Right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as I'm 6'2", so that's like I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the at the time with Terrence Brown, you are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in 2015.
yes.
Right. And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
Yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation. search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at.
Yes.
And it would be unsealed at that point.
Yes.
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
Correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997. On this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of that document, right?
Yes.
Meaning that, once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
Correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No.
All right. And once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? A few months after, quite a few months after the September 7th, 1996 shooting.
Correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Diggy Smalls. Remember that line of questioning from the state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, if you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
In addition to that, though, you would have identified it, you would have called Metro and say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here. And I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes.
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that, big guy?
About 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports? Any sports, you know?
I think he did. I'm not positive.
Okay.
What sport?
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like, his size as well?
Yeah, he's approximately a little shorter than you, and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy. I'm sorry?
I don't know. I don't know about that, but
so it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
Right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as I'm 6'2", so that's like I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the at the time with Terrence Brown, you are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in what, 2015?
yes.
Right. And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
Yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation for the murder of Tupac in 1996 or 7?
No.
Okay. In addition to that, in 1996, I apologize. With regards to DeAndre Smith, do you know when he passed?
2004, and he died of medical complications.
Right. And as far as you know, nothing that would have been associated with any type of retribution. The Monte Carlos and the hydraulics, Mr. Davis was actually part of a what they call a lowrider club in Compton.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, you're not aware of. Let me ask this next question. But in terms of the vehicles we're talking about, they were not for Mercedes-Benz, BMW, nothing like that. They were just modified cars.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, does your going back to your book, do you have anything in here like a disclaimer that says that, hey, we can't verify the truthfulness of the book at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you were just to review the book real quick, just to tell me if there is anything like that, would that help your recollection?
Honestly, I wouldn't even know where to look.
It should be in the front because it'll be a good warning. You want to check it out?
No, there's nothing in there to that effect then.
And would it be, have you ever read a guy by the name of Greg Kee's book, Murder Rap?
Some of it, yes.
Can you tell us who Greg Keee was?
He was an LAPD sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with him?
No.
Did he share in any investigation that you were involved in?
No.
Did your partner have any work with him?
Yes.
And the work that we're talking about is in the task force that was assigned to investigate the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
And he was part of Tim Brennan was part of that along with Mr. Keee.
Correct.
All right. Now, we had shared a little bit about the swallowing up of Compton PD by the LA Sheriff's Department.
You call it swallowing up. I call it absorbed or whatever.
Right. Why was that?
Well, it would take, I could tell you in a couple of minutes, but it's really a 6-month long thing that happened, but I can explain it to you if you want.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes.
The absorption or dismantling of a police department is a very unusual thing, right?
Yes.
And so in order for that to happen, if I can just cut right to the chase with you, was there corruption going on within the department that caused the absorption of the department back to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, then what was it that caused it?
It was the mayor, Omar Bradley, at the time was being investigated by the FBI. He found out that he was being investigated by the FBI, and he blamed our chief, right? So what he did is he put our chief and a captain off on administrative leave, and he made some allegations of missing narcotics, okay? Now, these guys were 2 30-year veterans with prestigious careers. Our department elected to do a vote of no confidence against the mayor. And this really pissed the mayor off. And he went to the city council and they voted to bring in the sheriffs. And they never asked the citizens if that's what they wanted. He just did that upon himself. Now, there was a long investigation regarding the stolen narcotics, and our 2 captain and chief were exonerated. There's a 60-page report on it, and it was resulted in 1 Hispanic narcotic officer was taken to narcotics, and he was dealt with. So the bottom line is we lost our police department, 112-year-old police department. Omar Bradley ends up getting arrested and convicted, so everybody lost here.
Yeah. And as a result of that, I think you told us earlier, you didn't stay in the city of Compton, or you got reassigned to another city.
No, I stayed in the city of Compton for a year, and then I elected to go to another agency.
I see. All right. And then while you were there, the other thing that you did, and you shared with us a bit about the fact that you were very well versed in the gang culture in Compton, right?
Right.
And in terms of the well versed, meaning that you can identify and see patterns of behavior that would indicate to you maybe gang activity, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And that would also include how a person dresses. We talked a little bit about that. I watch it. Like for instance, even like the way a person dresses and lives, right? That would help you determine maybe potentially that that person's associated with a type of gang.
Yes.
Like in this case,
no.
No, all right. But with regards to the way it's set up, though, is that did you at any point ever determine that Tupac Shakur was a member of a gang?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously he's associated with the mob, with the Death Row label.
Correct.
And he was also at that particular point hanging around with Suge Knight.
Correct.
And Suge Knight was an identified Mob Piru or an associate of the Mob Piru.
Correct.
As well as other people who were Mob Piru, like Mob James, for instance, that was in that association.
Yes. His entourage were all Mob Piru gang members.
Okay. But you're telling us right now that Tupac was not a gang member?
No.
Just because he was hanging around these people did not make him a gang member.
Correct.
Now, fair to say, of course, that even in the Death Row record label, there were actually Crips that were assigned, that were part of that label as well, right?
Yes.
That would have been Snoop Dogg.
Correct.
That would have been Dr. Dre.
I'm not sure about Dr. Dre.
How about, who's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Eazy?
He wasn't associated with that record label. I don't think he was.
You tell me, because I'm just, I'm trying to figure it out. But fair to say, though, that within business, it wasn't about a color as much as it was about money. Right? You're making money, and so you're not isolating one segment of the population from the other in terms of your product.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regards to Mob James at that particular point, you had told us that you believed he was an OG at the time. Did Mob James have any indication for violence?
I never investigated him for any violence because he was in jail when I was, most of the time that I was in patrol and in the gang unit. And I don't know exactly when he got out, but when he got out, he was already older. He didn't really hang out with the younger gangsters.
I see. And with regard to this retaliation thing we talked about, you said there was some concern that once the shots were fired and Tupac was hit, that there was concern that there was going to be some type of gang war back in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, you shared with us a little bit of how this worked. You were asleep in bed, and you get a call early morning from Reggie Wright Sr.
I don't recall if I was asleep in bed, but I was at home.
Okay. And can you tell us what time that you received the call from Reggie Wright Sr.?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what would have been still that evening or that night?
Yes.
Not the next morning or anything like that. And the reason why he would have called you is because he was your direct boss.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned that retaliation. The shootings that occur after, you have, is it Mr. Grimm's was the first shot fired against between the Mob Piru and the Southside Crips? Was he the first one shot?
Darnell?
Yeah. Now, in addition to that, we had heard from you a little bit about, I'm sorry, I just have to make sure I got all my notes here. We talked a little bit about your identifying of a shot caller, right? Now, a shot caller is somebody who basically tells people what to do.
Yes.
And you had said that the shot caller is somebody that if an order is given to one of the other lower people on the totem pole, they have to follow that order.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular regard, you don't know, for instance, what happened in Las Vegas, who did anything in terms of a shot call or anything like that, right?
I don't understand the question.
Meaning you don't have any proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keee was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
His own admission. I mean,
besides the admission, you don't have any actual like physical evidence that supports that, right?
Correct.
And then in terms of his admission, did you ever verify what he was telling people to see what he was saying was true?
As far as what?
Being in Las Vegas.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So in terms of the information that was given, you're just saying that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer and maybe had provided money for the Southside Crips or something like that, that because of that, he is a leader in the Southside Crips.
Well, there's more to it than that.
Sure. But I just want to make sure I'm clear about something here. In terms of your investigation in this case, did Keee ever order a hit on anybody before or after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
Not that I know of.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Redirect by Mr. Paul.
Yes. Let's start where Mr. Sam left off. So, Mr. Samt asked you if you had any proof that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the Tupac Shakur murder. And your response was, his admission. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Now, you have investigated hundreds of homicides. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever relied on a defendant's or suspect's admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute.
Yeah, that's how basically that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay, and then Mr. Samt asked you about you don't know that whether or not Mr. Davis ordered the hit. And to be fair, you weren't in the Cadillac, were you?
No.
Okay. But let's go through Mr. Samt's logic. You had said that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Crips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then let me pose this to you. If using Mr. Davis's admissions, if Mr. Brown, Karen's
Mr. Davis.
who is a shot caller in that car.
Mr. Davis.
And so if a shot is coming, if those four people are in a car and shots are coming out of that, who has to give the authorization?
Mr. Davis.
Okay. So if Mr. Davis is in the Cadillac, he's the one calling that shot.
Absolutely. If he tells them not to do it, say let's handle this back in Compton, they wouldn't have had a shooting. If he sanctioned it, then there'd be a shooting.
And Mr. Orlando Anderson, he was what you had called a gangster, right?
Absolutely.
So he would be the person that would have to listen to Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And so was it in your experience, knowing the roles of everybody in that vehicle, could Mr. Anderson shoot that gun with Mr. Davis in the car without Mr. Davis's permission?
No.
Now let's talk about your book. When was your book published?
2017.
Okay, so that would be well after Mr. Davis's proffer statement, correct?
Correct.
Be well after his 2009 statement to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Correct.
And it might be contemporaneous, we don't know, to the time of his statement to the death row.
Correct.
Regarding the, I want to talk a little bit about the LA Sheriff's Office absorbing the Compton Police Department. Is it fair to say that a function of that transfer was that some of the evidence that was retained from those search warrants just were, for lack of a better term, lost?
Yes, I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I mean, we just switched police departments and they absorbed us and they kind of were responsible for all the evidence too. So I don't know what happened to it after we got absorbed by the sheriff's department.
Mr. Sanf mentioned Reggie Wright Sr. to you. Did Reggie Wright Sr. ever ask you to work on behalf of the mob pirates?
No.
Did you ever work on behalf of the mob pirates?
Never.
Okay. Talking about the Burris Street faction, Mr. Sanf mentioned that Mr. Sanf asked you some question about Southsiders. Darnell Brim was actually in conflict with this Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Michael Giroux was a member of the Southside Compton Crips, the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
I think he went by a Little Owl. Is that right?
That is correct.
Were you aware that the court actually has taken judicial notice of the fact that Little Owl was actually in custody during the September 7th, 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur?
That is correct.
Kind of hard for him to be the person responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Okay. Now, Orlando Anderson, he was also a member of the Burris Street crew. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we had talked about before, Corey Edwards was a member of the Southside Compton Crips Burris Street crew. Is that
yes.
Fair? Seal pass, please.
Recross, Mr. Sam.
Thank you, Honor. I mean, we'll get a clean copy for you. A little bit. I don't know that. Just a couple things, sir. In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us? You said that was accurate, right?
Yes. Tried to be.
I'm sorry.
I tried to be.
No, and it's fine. I'm not. We're not really going to knock it. I just want to know that at some point in here, you do identify Mr. Davis as Keee D, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the spelling of his name in the book?
No.
Do you recall how you spelt his name?
No.
Would review of your book help you in terms of how you spelt his name in the book?
Sure.
Okay. Let me make sure I got it here. You want me to approach?
You may.
Okay.
Okay. And just for the record, how did you spell his name in the book?
Keefe.
Right. And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name?
I could be misspelled. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but in terms of, for instance, I would imagine during the time period that that's not a usual name, Keefe.
No.
And you would have learned that that name Keee was more of a nickname.
Correct.
It wasn't his birth name, for instance.
Correct.
And in terms of that name itself, you would have had, like, say, for instance, field interview cards. If you ever ran across individuals, you would put their names down and maybe their monikers or their street names or their nicknames, for instance.
Correct.
Did you ever fill out a field interview card for Mr. Davis?
I don't think I ever did, no.
Yeah. And once again, these field interview cards that you would have used are cards that would help law enforcement identify people that potentially are gang affiliated.
Yes, it does help, yes.
Yeah. And what usually would happen, I would assume, is that when you happen upon someone that you're speaking to and you identify him to be maybe a member of a gang, you would write out information about him, including his nickname and so forth, on a card that would help other law enforcement know whether or not they're affiliated with the gang or not.
Correct.
So in this particular regard, though, you being the detective for the gang unit in Compton, which according to your book was actually very small. At some point, it starts out with you and Tim as being the main gang detectives on in Compton.
Yes.
And so you had a lot of people to go through, but even then, you don't recall ever filling out a field interview card identifying him as a gang member.
No, but he self-admitted it to me. I mean, we go out there, that's all, I see the same people every day because Compton's such a small city. So every time I saw someone, if I stopped and filled out a field card, that's all I'd be doing. So I talked to these guys and they self-admitted to me. They tell me their nicknames.
Yeah.
So
And
that's what happened with Mr. Davis and I.
And fair to say, once again, this is a form of keeping records, right? Is that if you ever have a police officer who's not with your same knowledge and experience on those streets, they could look at those field interview cards to help them determine who Mr. Davis is, right?
That's correct.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Redirect, actually.
With regards to Mr. Davis, did he ever hide the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No.
Was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Corrections to that speculation and.
Okay, I'll actually rephrase.
Okay,
Did
so
Mr. Davis evince behavior that made you believe that Mr. Davis was proud of being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he ever hide being a member of the Southside?
No, whenever I would see Mr. Davis, he'd always be in the company of other Southside Crips too.
And did he ever self-identify as a member of the Southside?
Yes.
Is that it for you, Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Stamp?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a few. All right, a couple questions. You got a lot of questions. Okay. Why is Tupac not seen as a mob pyro while in company of other members, but Mr. Davis is?
Well, there's nothing that documented Tupac as a Pyru. Now, he associated with them, but he didn't live their lifestyle. He was a rapper. He did show some allegiance to the mob Pyru. However, he wasn't active. He wasn't out in the streets gang banging or whatever. He was this rap mogul, and I think he liked that lifestyle.
Okay. From what you have observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been considered affiliated or in connection with Mob Pyru or any other gangs?
No. Reggie was the head of security for Death Row Records, he was actively employed, and the difference is the entourage. Yeah, they were paid by Suge Knight, but they played a different role. Reggie could carry a firearm like the rest of the people that he employed, but the entourage, not saying they didn't carry firearms, but they couldn't do it legally. So there's a big difference there.
Is it fair to assume there wouldn't need to be orders from Mr. Davis for members of the Crips to carry out retaliatory shootings, considering there was an active war between Mob Pyru and the South Side following the shooting of Tupac? In other words, is the order implied even if the shot caller does not explicitly say shoot?
Yes, if the shot caller is not there, then gang members are going to do what they do. If they're going to go out hunting, they're going to go out and shoot, even though it might not be sanctioned by a shot caller. But if he's present, they're most likely they're going to do what Mr. Davis tells them to do. But if he's not present, then they're going to do what they do.
Did Orlando get permission to have that shootout at the car wash, seeing that he was a gangster and not an OG?
No, it's like I said, Mr. Davis wasn't there. These guys are gangsters, and when they confront somebody, I mean, it's on. It's going to be on. He doesn't need to be sanctioned by Mr. Davis. Now, if he does something wrong, when he gets back, if he brings heat on the neighborhood or whatever for doing something stupid, then he'll be disciplined for it. And when they're out in the street gangbanging, it's a whole different story because Mr. Davis is not present.
Did the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department ask Compton PD to help them with the murder investigations at the time that Compton searched homes on both sides, or was that something you took your own initiative?
We took the initiative to ask them to come down, and once they were down here, they never asked us for help.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Paul?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the distinction of whether Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright were gang members, is it fair to say that you don't become a gang member by hanging around other gang members?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned earlier that you had to put in some work in order to become a gang member.
Yeah, you have to live that life in order to be considered mob pirates.
And with regards to putting in work, what are some activities that one does? Not specific to mob or Southside, but just in the gang culture. What type of work do you have to put in order to be considered actually a gang member as opposed to a guy who hangs around gang members?
You're gonna be out there being active, doing drive-by shootings, getting in fight with other gang members, carjacking, anything that's gonna get you some respect within the gang. They're gonna be out there doing it.
So you mentioned acts of violence, primarily shooting. Is that
Yes.
fair? In fact, that's how you had mentioned how Orlando Anderson got put on is being part of a group that shot at shooters.
That's correct.
And then you would also, with being part of the narcotics trade, and I guess that's too of a lawyerly word to say, selling drugs, is that one of the ways that you get considered putting in work to become a member of a gang?
Yes.
And as long as that money is going towards the gang.
Yes, because money made from the sale of narcotics is the lifeline of every gang in Compton. So the money that they get from selling narcotics, of course they buy more drugs, they buy more weapons, but most of these guys don't work. So the money made from the sales of narcotics, they buy cars, they pay their rent, everything that they do is generated from the sales of narcotics, the money made from that.
And so while Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright Jr. may have been around the mob pyramid, is there anything to suggest that they were putting in work to become members of the mob pyramid?
Definitely not.
And let's contrast that with Mr. Davis. Was it, in your observation, training, and experience with Mr. Davis, engaged in the narcotic sale for the purpose of benefiting the Southside Crips?
Absolutely.
So that's the witness.
Okay. Any questions based on the juror questions, Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. You are excused. Last witness meeting?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last witness for today. We are going to recess for the evening. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. For further presentation of evidence. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing to say.
One thing. Mr. Samp asked if we could admit the entire 180-page return from the search warrant. We had no objection to that, and so we will bring a clean copy from Mr. Samp to put in tomorrow. Also, we still need to correct the 2017, the 717 transcript and audio. I'll have that brought forward tomorrow.
What exhibit will the return be?
I have no idea.
Will it be a defense or state?
It's the defense.
Defense next in line, so that would be WW. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.